Well, what I'm saying is that
So this one, okay.
because LTAC didn't get me as far
Yeah,
as you guys did,
I would sure like
Right.
to, because.
That's right.
and so I have volunteers from my group that are looking into this right
The
now.
PT, yep.
Yeah, so we're hoping that during the workshop we can bring this forward, but these are all our.
Okay, and then what PTSD that I had asked about was,
Good morning.
okay, so you have
I
some
don't think
tests.
they're on
Fire
the phone
department
anymore.
people have to leave early.
Yeah.
I love it. Renee's planning it out here.
So,
Mindy, would you
if a
be broken?
laboratory.
Actually, today, 4 worked perfect. When it was originally gonna be 5, I was like, he has a flight he's gotta catch, so we need to. Well, no, and I have to leave, we're going from here and driving to Irvine tonight. So, the earlier the better, although
Back in.
the way that my rides are picking me up from here, because I came with Josie and then they're picking me up, so if we get done too early, I'm just gonna be waiting, but it's okay. I can do that for the rest of the team.
And there's a 5 o'clock flight.
No, well, yeah, she's gonna drop me at Starbucks, so I'll be
I'm
fine.
much happier.
Hello, good morning.
Okay, so we're shooting for early, but yeah.
Earlier works for me.
Yeah, so we're gonna.
Or we can timing too, we shorten the timing.
Yeah, but it's 3 delays.
That's true.
And then basically yesterday I was at Baco in the morning and the supervisor meeting all afternoon. And then
Without here.
all day today I didn't even go into my
Good morning.
Can you hear us in Southern California? Maria? Can you call the phone number for the room again?
It's a heating pad I slept on previous.
Oh, I've done that. Oh, you can't sleep on you again?
No, you already put a migraine.
Oh,
So I apologize that I was like this, but man.
good morning, Christine.
Hi Renee, I'm glad you
Hey, Christine, thank you. I have to set up one hospital vaccine. That's when I say to Mr. every day. So, okay, I take care of that. So I felt like Brexit or something. Yeah, like, no, one day. These things just make something magical in migraine. So that was the third longest time. I'm in charge today, so. Yeah. No, he would have, you know those little. It was, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, the one she kind of snapped.
No, he just, you guys, there was red and I usually get things. But I need to.
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear us? Yes. Okay. Okay, we're just all gathering here. It'll just be a minute or two till we get started.
Thank you.
Hello? Maria, are you on the line?
Yes.
Thank you.
I had to throw my calendar out.
Zachary's right?
Yeah.
Are you still by Zach or? Okay, I'm Jill Burrow. I work for Bill J. Race Laboratories.
Okay.
Right, we're neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Maria.
Familiar enough.
Yeah. Hi, how are you?
Maria?
Oh, you finally get
Can you
to
all
stay
hear?
second for a while.
Hey, wait, let's.
Test, this is David, test,
Hi.
test.
Hi.
Okay, oh, good.
David,
Okay.
hi.
We can hear you well.
You can hear us?
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay, good.
But I want to, it seems like we have gotten disconnected a couple of times.
Well, yeah, we changed lines a couple times.
Oh, okay. Okay, so if we get disconnected again, without you doing something like that, just because the call drops, I have a conference number that we can switch to as a plan B. So let's just play it by ear and hope we don't have any problems, but if need be, we can switch over to a different number that we can call into.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Makes sense for
All right.
tests.
I like
To
plans.
really,
Ready to get started?
Let's do it.
Let's go ahead and begin.
How do you do it?
first item is roll call.
Everybody has the same temperature and it keeps it. If you can't spike it, you can only.
First item is roll call. So, Andy Eaton, Airfence Eaton Analytical, LTAC Chair.
Anthony Gonzalez, California Department of Public Health Laboratories.
I'm John Quinn, I'm with DCL, with the DTSC Laboratory.
Stephen Clark, Pacific Eco Risk.
And everybody here?
Mindy Boley, City of Vacaville.
Zach Brown's Division of Drinking Water.
Jill Bro, Royal Jane Race Laboratories.
Renee Spears, State Board's QA Officer.
Gail Cho, Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Tanya Mosier, City of Roseville.
Raji Subramanian, City of Roseville. Josie Teller, City of Davis.
Miriam Khosravi-Pak, ELAP. Christine Sotelo, ELAP.
And Bruce Burton just walked in as well.
Jacob.
All right. Thank you. First item on the agenda is actually, oh, right. I'm forgetting there are a whole bunch of you down there. I apologize. Let's go around the room in Southern California.
David Kimbrough, Pasadena Water and Power.
Maria Friedman, ELAP.
Guido, Los Angeles County Sanitation District.
Mars Oldway, Irvine Ranch Water District.
Lily Sanchez, Orange County Water District. Melissa Hill, Orange County Water District.
Since we don't know everybody who's down there, somebody needs to say last person or whatever. Is that it?
No. Tom Fukuma, Chempro Laboratories, Gardena. Rich Gossett, Visus Labs.
Allison McKenzie, Babcock Laboratories. Miriam Gabor, MWD.
And that's the last one down here.
All right, thank you, David.
We had one person join us.
All right, one
Oh,
more.
I'm Mark Partson with the Division of Drinking Water, Chief of the Technical Operations Section.
All right, I think by my count, we've got a quorum. First or second item on the agenda is public comments for anything not on the agenda. Are there any public comments? Josie?
I do. It's not necessarily a comment, but more of a request for future meetings. Inclusion.
Can you just step up so that the mic can get you, please?
Hello, this is Josie Tellers. My comment is not necessarily a big one. It's more of a request to include for future ELTAC meeting, which are the status of the AB 1438, where is it at now, and your plans on reviewing the ELTAC bylaws. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those. Any public comments from Southern California? Okay, hearing none, we will move to the minutes of the March 29th meeting and approval of those minutes. Any questions regarding the minutes or corrections to them?
I didn't receive any revisions via email.
Okay. Just a brief review of that meeting. The main focus was to follow up on the expert review panel and the draft report, and beginning some discussion of fees, which we'll talk about a little bit more later today, and then some of the changes that are anticipated in data for submittal from laboratories moving towards SIDWIS. So can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve.
All right, second?
I second.
Okay, approved and seconded, or moved and seconded, thank you. All those in favor of approving the minutes? say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All right, any opposed? The minutes stand approved. We will move forward to Christine's Delapo report.
Okay. Before we start, I just want to cover what today's topics are going to be. We're going to give you progress on ELAP, which will be in my Delapo report, and then also work group updates, and then we'll jump into why everybody is here for the draft regulations, I think. Okay, so what I'd like to do is just get you all up to speed on what ELAP has been doing since we all have saw many of you and you've heard from us, was during the May 3rd State Water Board Public Workshop. And so what I'll cover today is our progress on our training contract, our progress in drafting our regulations, as well as training for laboratories on TNI, and how we're pursuing a contract to hire some third-party assessors to conduct some of our assessments. So, as far as the training contract is concerned, we're really excited that it was executed. I hope that everybody knows that this contract was a multi-year training contract that will provide one of the best training for on-site laboratory assessors in the United States. So that was executed, and all of the training for ELAC staff is going to begin in August. So we just recently got some draft curriculums from the firm that won the contract, which is Dade Moeller, and we're reviewing that and we'll finalize that, and my staff will be able to begin training in August. So that's really fast, and I'm excited. The training assessments, which will happen in laboratories, will be in September. And so we anticipate that they will do only drinking water analysis, because it is funded through the drinking water program or division, and it will be over 3 years. So they'll be doing a lot of assessments this first year with my staff, who will shadow them, and they will mentor and coach my staff on the skills of assessing and auditing. And then one thing you all need to know is that it's not based on your anniversary date of your lab application. So what you all usually have experienced is that you'll get an on-site assessment right before your laboratory certificate expires. So that we can be more efficient, it's going to be based on geography. So they're going to move within counties throughout California, so it'll be a lot more efficient for them. Does anyone have any questions?
There will be, excuse me, this is Stephen. I'm assuming when we get to fees, there will be discussion of how that would relate to the on-site assessment fees. If you're going to kind of bundle within areas, how would you then distribute costs? So I obviously don't need an answer to it now, but.
So that question has to do with the fees topic, but it also has to do with the new regulations, in that we want to have, and we'll talk about that in more detail, where we have one date where all labs submit applications. So you don't have a rolling, months that applications are due, which causes madness for ELAT, because we have to shoot around the state up and down instead of have one application due date, and then we can plan our time and resources accordingly based on geography. So there's 2 areas that we'll touch on that, but then this training, you're not paying an extra fee for that.
I understand, I'm
Yeah.
talking future.
Okay, yeah.
And I'd also like to commend you on that. That's the process of regional audits is how Oregon, ELAP, when they were one of the primary parties that took over accreditation for NELAP accredited laboratories that they operated. So they tried to keep the on-site assessment fees, the travel costs and all that more spread out among labs in a particular area. And it was a little more easier pill to swallow for each of the labs.
And then you would know too, we anticipate you would know, okay, this county will be getting assessments, and it wouldn't be a surprise. Right now, it's like, we'll call you, we're gonna be there in 2-3 weeks, but now it will be something that's scheduled and systematic. So.
Yeah, hi, Christine, Anthony, Public Health Labs. I think you mentioned this sometime before, but if you could just briefly refresh us on who these trainers are and their background, the ones you got the contract with.
Yes, but I'm gonna actually ask Kate to help me out. So is it NV, that's the official name, Dade Moeller, and so they're out of, where
Well,
are they
they're
at?
all over the place.
Yeah.
So NV5 is the company that bought Dade Moeller. Most of you have probably heard of that firm before. And they have assessors located throughout the country. They're a third-party assessment firm, and laboratories contract with them to come into their labs and do an assessment. And they are method experts. All of the subcontractors and the people that work for that firm have years of bench experience. I mean, we set the qualifications for our contractors at, I think, 10 years of experience in order to come in and be qualified to be a part of this contract and to teach our assessors, so.
So they're teachers and inspectors, and they can do both?
They do both,
They
yeah.
do both.
Yeah, and so they don't only accredit labs for environmental testing labs, they're ISO experts in 17025, and so they do clinical labs as well, they do criminal labs, calibration labs, so they do a lot.
Mindy?
Yeah, this is Mindy. I just have a question. So on the part where it's saying, okay, we're doing only drinking water because they're funding the training contract part, is it possible to use some of ELAP's normal budgeted training money to have them also do wastewater or other testing? Because it seems, I don't know, to me, it just seems kind of foolish to say, well, they're only going to focus on drinking water when you're going to go to a lab that does both types of analysis. And so then you're going to either certify them with only a partial audit, or you're going to just skip over something and have to have somebody else come back. Where it seems like if you have these fully qualified trainers, can't we pay them some extra money to make sure that everything is covered all at once, just so that your assessors have a full understanding of, you know, both sides or all three sides, whatever, including hazardous waste into the process? I mean, I know the money's coming from drinking water,
Yeah, it's
but
just
there has to be other
there's
ELAP training money that
limitations.
you've had in the past, right?
So you make a really good point, and we are concerned about that, and we've addressed it. We're going to use the state board's other training money to help supplement. It's just, this was the money we could find, and it was just really necessary to get the training in, and it's just restricted to drinking water. But I'll let you guys, as the technical experts, help me on this. But just because they're going in and assessing and training staff for drinking water methods, some of the technologies are the same,
Exactly.
right? So
Yeah.
I don't think that they're going to be losing any benefit by just learning drinking water methods.
You
Am
know,
I
I
not
guess
correct?
I'm just thinking that if you're doing an assessment, are you only gonna look at the drinking water methods and not, I mean, my last audit assessment, honestly, there were some wastewater methods that I'm certified on that nobody even looked at or anything, which, I mean, it was fine with me. It made the audit go faster, and, you know, we got our certificate, we passed, but it's still, I don't know. I'm thinking in Renee's
Yeah.
area, thinking, I'd want some of those looked at also, but I don't want to put words in your mouth.
The contractor, but the way that we envision it is that they will only do drinking water assessments. They'll coach them and mentor them because that's where the funding comes from. But the staff will be there and they'll do the other assessments.
Okay.
So it's going to happen.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Any comments from Southern California or questions?
I have a question. So this is Jill. So if all the laboratories that perform drinking water analysis will be assessed over the 3 years, what about labs that are only wastewater?
They won't get a
They
training
won't get
assessment.
They will not have a training assessment, but they'll have a regular
Yeah.
certification assessment.
Right. Okay. So that's the training.
Christine, this is Hui from Southern California. I have a question for you.
Sure.
So my understanding is that this assessment is going to also include some sort of an evaluation of the 2016 TNI, basically providing the laboratory with a roadmap of some sort so that they can implement it successfully. Well, if we're not doing it for wastewater lab, and we have more wastewater labs than we do drinking water labs, then I'm afraid that, you know, those labs not going to have, you know, those kind of benefit or roadmaps to implement it successfully.
So I see your point, and yes, there's an imbalance there. But we can talk later about the broader training and outreach and education that we'll have for TNI. If you want, we can do that now. As part of this training contract, there are 4 statewide workshops for on TNI to ask questions. So if you remember, was it last year we had the 2 training classes in Northern and Southern California? We're going to have 4 this time. And then we also have other training that I'll talk in this next item for small labs, all small labs, to get TNI training. Very small workshops where they can walk in and they can have someone help them with the quality assurance manual, address specific SOPs for their small labs. So that's another. And then we're exploring some sort of early implementation, like project where we solicit labs. This is still in the conceptual phase where we solicit labs, and maybe ELTAC can offer some up, where we'll learn from them and see what they know about TNI and help them implement it through the new knowledge that we're learning from TNI from our training contract. So it's just a bundle of kind of outreach and education tools that we're trying to ensure that we have in the front end, so then in the back end, you all are not failing, but successful in implementing the standards. So I hope that answers your question, Hugh. You do identify an area that this funding restricts. It's only for drinking water. I wish we had more money. The board, we could ask for more, and we will if we could find the money.
Stephen?
So I have one more question as it relates to audits, but it's not related to the training contract, because a little bit of dialogue prompted this for me. This is Stephen, by the way. So I understand this training contract is for drinking water. Well, number one, NELAP laboratories basically are being audited under a different framework. You guys get the documentation and kind of generally give a thumbs up. So that's 100 or so of the 700 labs, as I understand. Drinking water labs will go through this audit, may or may not have some degree of non-drinking water auditing as well. So for the laboratories that are not NELAP and are not drinking water laboratories, your 5 auditors, as I recall from a recent meeting, I think you said you had, are going to be able to audit all the rest of those laboratories, or are we not able to audit all the rest of those labs and they're getting a pass for now? I don't mean a paper audit, I mean an on-site audit, literally going and checking. So if you don't have the answer, if you can fill us in later on that.
I think what you're pointing to is where we've stated that we don't have the technical capability,
Right.
and that's where the third-party assessments come in.
In the future. It's not happening now. So basically, you guys, ELAP has been in the State Water Board for what, 3 years or so? 2 years, 3 years? So those laboratories that potentially have not been audited and are going to not be audited in the future, am I right?
No, we're still auditing the labs.
Okay,
Yeah.
but without
But
technical
it's
experts.
just we don't have enough to cover the frequency of on-site assessments that's required.
Okay.
So,
But it's not all of them that they don't have the technical ability to do, because some of them are very small, basic wastewater labs, and you guys are doing them full on.
Right.
I mean, right now, they're getting what everybody else is getting
So
right now too.
nobody's slipping through the
one's
cracks.
slipping through
That's
the
what, that was
cracks.
my concern. I
Yeah.
got a little bit of a vibe from that. So, okay,
No.
okay, thank you. Good.
David down here, if I gotta, like to say something?
no, go ahead, David.
Thank you. Okay, I had raised this issue at the last meeting, and I'll raise it again here, is I think you're creating sort of an artificial demarcation between drinking water and wastewater. The methods are largely the same. In some cases, they're absolutely identical. 300.1 is the same for drinking water, wastewater, 200.7. A lot of the methods are exactly 100% the same. Now, some of them are not the same, of course, but the overlap is very large. And even with the hazmat, yeah, 8270 is not exactly the same as 524.2, but they're pretty similar. If you lay them out next to each other, there's probably 80% overlap. So I think if someone is trained in how to do GCMS for drinking water, they can certainly do wastewater, and they can probably do hazmat. But I think you're creating an unnecessary and artificial distinction.
So you actually said what I was going to say in not that technical way, but we have had conversations with our contractor, and the emphasis is that to focus on technologies. not just methods. So what you just said is that it crosses over matrices, and so that's what they are focusing on. We are just restricted by where the fundings come from. EPA said, we're giving you money from the Safe Drinking Water Act grant, should be going to drinking water, so you better be sure that it goes to assessing drinking water methods. And, I wish we had more money, but that's all we have.
If I could follow up with that, I appreciate the point, although I was making a slightly different point in terms of, I'm not saying technology, if you read the methods themselves, forgetting about technology in general, they're still very similar. Even if you wanted to do strictly an assessment based on the methods as they're written and mandated in law, they're still largely very similar. So it's a slightly different point, I understand, but I do think it's an important one.
Okay, thank you, David. All right, the next item is our August 1st board meeting item, and it's part of that broad education outreach that I mentioned earlier. So it will be a request to the board to approve a resolution for $300,000 for us to enter into a contract with a training firm that knows TNI very well and that can provide very tailored, focused training to labs. So Stephen Clark made a really good comment at the May 3rd workshop that what labs really need is real-life documentation, templates. So this is what this training contract will do. And so, as you can see, hopefully if it's approved, we can get into a contract with the lab, in 7 to 9 months, and then get it going from there, and get those workshops happening.
Sorry, Christine. Stephen, this is Stephen. You said contract with the lab. You mean contract with a vendor that
With
can
the vendor.
provide training
Yeah.
documents? Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Did you already have a vendor picked out, or is that, no?
It has to go out to bid.
Yeah. But we did some early research, and all of them are out there. I think some of you have even hired them to come give you training. But it will definitely be where they walk in and walk out with something in hand, and they get their questions answered. And we anticipate it'll be small workshops. We don't want big workshops where there's 30 of them and they can't really get the attention they need. So that's why you see that this is a very large number of workshops.
But you're limiting this to very small labs?
To small labs.
What?
Did you have a definition?
Yeah,
for
well,
small?
yeah, I guess that's because I'm kind of worried about some of the labs that are in between. I have 8 people, so in the world of labs, mine's actually fairly large for California, but not for a commercial lab.
So I just want to say, we're not going to put a definition for what a small lab is, but for this purpose, it's 10 or less.
Okay.
Yeah, and that covers a big percentage of our laboratories in California. So a lot of the labs are going to be getting this training.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then will this also be, do you have to pay for attendance?
No,
Okay,
that's what this
If they get the
resolution
approval
for
from the
money is.
board, okay?
Yeah,
right.
so if you
Presumably,
want,
Christine, the templates and stuff that get created on this, will then put on your website.
yeah, we'll own
They'll be
it.
available
Yes.
for everybody.
Exactly.
Nice.
So come to the meeting and tell them how much you love it so that they approve the resolution. Okay, so
David down here, I would like to make a comment on this issue. At the last board meeting where we discussed this issue, the issue was brought up, actually, by one of the board members, Steve Moore, basically that the concern with TNI and labs was that the energy of activation would be so high that would cause a lot of labs to sort of drop out through that process, since that's a documented process, and that by, through a process like this, we could lower the energy of activation and make the transition easier. I did want to comment on that. I submitted a white paper, which is in the package. And if you look at the results from Florida, when they made the transition from the Florida system to TNI, most of the labs that did drop out didn't drop out beforehand. they were able to make the transition. They dropped out after they made the transition. It was simply the ongoing costs of maintaining all the documentation was what drove them out. And many of the labs that didn't drop out, however, didn't also narrowed their scope of accreditation. So I provide the example of Hollywood, Florida, where their lab dropped most of their analytes that they were accredited for, more than half. And it's documented in their database, but also I called them up and asked them what the process was, and they said, yeah, it was, they had successfully passed, and they're still successfully a TNI lab, but they have a lot fewer analytes that they test for now than they did then. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Christine from Southern California? All right, back to Christine.
Okay, so the next topic is regulations. So you all know that we're getting ready to release the draft, and so I want to just express to all of you, this is your opportunity to give us your feedback, and there could be potential revisions based on the concepts that we provide to you, because we've just given you the outline. So I know every one of you is going to be engaged and excited about this. So this is a great opportunity for us to get your feedback on the draft regulations. Next is third-party assessments. So if you all remember, at the May 3rd workshop, we proposed this idea that we would accept third-party assessments, and the board supported it. So we are exploring a contract so that we can hire a group of third-party assessors that meet certain criteria, which is that they are knowledgeable in TNI. And just like other states that have contracts with third-party assessors. So that's what we're pursuing. And in the interim, until this contract is in place, we're exploring the possibility of maybe accepting some other accrediting bodies or assessment firms that can do assessments for us. But that's not in place right now, but we're seeing if we can do it prior to being in a contract with them.
This is Stephen. So one of my visions for this was that not necessarily that they would be contracted through the State Water Board, but that they'd be approved by the State Water Board as a party that can do the on-site assessments for labs in California. Then the labs in California can pick and choose those. I know as a laboratory that's in ELAP and other accreditations as well, I'd like to have an approved party come out and take care of our NELAP accreditation, but also bundle in other accreditations. And if you tie our hands where they're not ISO 17025 or aren't a DOD certifying accrediting body, then I still have to go out and hire another party. And we honestly need another on-site assessment like we need another hole in our head. So I'm hopeful that that flexibility is going to be there, because if you only go and target parties that say, I can do NELAP and that's all I can do, it puts 100 or so NELAP labs in California that might also maintain other accreditations in a position of being exactly where we are right now.
Sure. So I see what you're saying, and I think we could work that into the contract language and not limit ourselves to just TNI, because that will be extremely useful for you and other labs. But I think a contract is a good thing. I've talked to the other states, and not only will they have the technical expertise, and that they will know TNI or 17025 to give you that broader experience that you want, but we need to ensure good customer service, turnaround times for the on-site assessment reports, things that we want you to get so that you can get it fast and good. And so that's what those contracts provide to those other states. And they have emphasized not just saying, because this firm is this, that you can use it. You should be in a contract where it clearly defines what they're held to.
I might be able to give you a little bit more detail about how that would work. We would put out I think it's a request for qualifications, and then all of the firms that meet the qualifications could bid to be accepted, and essentially would be forming a pool. And so the contract that Christine is referring to is where we specify those qualifications. Then the firms come and they bid to be a part of the pool, and if they're qualified, then they're in. So that would become the list of approved.
And one of the qualifications could be
It
what
wouldn't be
you asked.
one, no, and it wouldn't be, it most likely would not, it would be a zero cost contract.
Okay, so this is Stephen, that was one of my concerns. Anytime you go through a secondary party for a contract, which you guys would be for us as a laboratory, there's markups. Usually in the private sector business world, service is one of the elements that we identify in a party that comes out and audits us. So in terms of turnaround times and reporting and on-site assessors that are trained, and et cetera, you know, we handle that in terms of who we select. So I guess maybe since there isn't an additional markup, and if you're gonna cast a broad net and have a deep pool of capable parties, my concern about having a contract through the state is not as, my spidey sense is a little bit tempered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We could solicit some of your criteria that you'd like and then include it in there. That way it does cast that broad net. The third bullet is.
Christine, this is Allison. I have a quick question.
Sure.
Just for clarification, just so that I make sure that I understand what you've just brought up correctly. So this pool would be to reduce the number of qualified vendors for third-party accreditation, but the laboratories would still negotiate and hire those vendors independent of the state. This wouldn't be funneled through ELAP, the cost.
Correct. So they would be competing against each other if they were in this pool.
Right. I just wanted to clarify, and I think Stephen had said this. I'm just verifying that I'm understanding correctly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, David here. And the last time we discussed this, I believe you said this, so this is strictly voluntary. The lab wants to go out and get a third party, that's their business, but they're not required to. Is that right?
Correct.
Except the labs that you're not technically capable
Except for
of
the
doing.
labs that we're not technically capable of assessing.
Anthony.
Hi, the Sathany Public Health Labs. I just want to see if I can get my mind around some of the timing, and the reason I'm asking this is that the Public Health Labs, as you know, you're a state organization. Those of us that are county and city organizations run by fiscal year, and often we're being tasked with making sure that we go before our boards or we get work on our budgets sometime in January, February. So one of my concerns is making sure we're communicating on this so that my member labs can have time to start working that into the budget or going before the board. We're being looked at more critically now and in the future about going back to the board after they've approved something that's not looked at very kindly. So I just wanted to make sure I leave that out there, that there's a timing issue. And I think most of us are January, February people that we need to start hearing what the potential costs might be.
So if you were tagged as one of the labs to be assigned to use a third party, because we don't have the capability, you're saying ensure that we give you sufficient time to get those documents and approvals in place.
Correct.
Yes, and we will work with you on that.
Okay. So, Christine, another question that came up at the fees workshop, particularly from a lot of the smaller labs who may still need to use a third party just because of the technologies they've got. I heard stuff come out at that meeting about the desirability of having a state contract, so they didn't all have to go and enter into their own contracts. From what you said, it sounds like, for the moment at least, you're not considering that at all. And strictly looking at a zero cost.
And the reason is because if we did that, then it would be included in your fee. It would have to be paid somehow, because the board doesn't have money. to pay for assessments.
I think that totally makes sense, but for some of these smaller labs, I think it's easier where they already are set to where they know they have to pay ELAP, and even if they said, okay, here's an extra $2,000 bill for ELAP because they had to hire a third-party auditor, it's easier than some of the small labs that don't even have they have an operator running the lab to have to go out and try to do a bid, a contract and everything to hire a third-party auditor and try to pay them. Where if they can just contact ELAP and say, send me the bill, but can you just send somebody and make sure it's somebody that you approve to do it? That's where I think for some of these smaller labs, if ELAP has that on there and could work it that way, it would be easier for them. I mean, again, I don't know if that's at all possible down the long run, but I think that would be much easier for small labs to still send a bill or still send a payment to ELAP rather than sending a bill or a payment and having to do a separate contract with another
It's possible.
auditor.
I think that whatever you all come up with in your fee work group, if you integrate that into it, it's a possibility, but that's.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just
something
thinking
you
of
guys
some
can
of these really
discuss.
small labs, the extra work of trying to go out and, I mean, even if you've already approved, it has to be this auditor, this auditor, this auditor. A lot of cities are still gonna make them go through this full, big, engaged process to pick which one. Whereas basically, if they can just say, ELAP, send us someone and send us the bill, it's much easier for the city to just do that. So I think that's just,
Well,
maybe I'm off on
we
that.
haven't,
That costs more than the alternative.
Right,
we haven't pulled the trigger on this contract yet. We're still in conceptual phase. I think that we won't enter into that path until after the fee work group. So we'll let you guys have your time to discuss that as a possibility, and then we can enter into whatever type of contract we need to.
I mean, here's another possibility that I don't know whether it'll work for the types of labs you're talking about, Mindy, but if in this contract, there was a contract template, then the cities could then just use and say,
That would definitely help, yeah. And I'm kind of confusing the two because most of these small labs that aren't gonna have a full-time person to do all this, they're gonna have the very simple test that your auditors would be fully capable of doing, I'm assuming, for the most part. So, yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely reach out and talk to some of the municipalities in other states that go through this process. We have just very briefly talked to them and they don't, describe it to be too big of a process to get over, but I think that we should look into that and with the meeting.
I did speak to a lot of the Florida labs and they didn't express a problem, so maybe they have a template.
Okay.
Let's learn from them.
Definitely.
Stu.
Andy, David down here, when you get a moment, I'd like to speak on
Okay,
this.
go ahead, David.
All right. The problem I see here is, again, I think there's an artificial distinction here that's really not necessary. The documents that I saw that said, where ELAP doesn't have qualified staff, are basically the MS-based technologies, GCMS, LCMS, ICPMS. Those, if that's what I saw, is that correct? Is that the distinction we're making?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess, and the RAD is radiological test as well. So, see, I don't think that's a really useful distinction. And I think anyone who can do 502.2 can do 524.2. If you actually read the two methods, line them up next to each other, the difference between the two is very small. The MS detector is at the end of the day just a detector, the same way the ELCD or PID or any other detector is just a detector. And the number of provisions that are unique to the detector are actually rather small. So I think ELAP is, you're overthinking this and imagining that assessing a laboratory for an MS detector is somehow monumentally different from any other sort of detector, and I don't think it is. So I don't think this whole distinction is really necessary.
Sorry, try not to. ELAP does not have the expertise for those instrumentation, whether you call it technology-based or methods or instrumentation. ELAP does not have that right now, so that's where we're at.
Correct.
In a
So-
year, they may be.
and maybe more training, but it's a combination of things. It's that we don't have the technical staff that have the knowledge and the numbers and the bodies. So, with the sheer number of labs that we accredit.
This is
So
Miriam. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask, along those lines of so-called technical expertise, are your staff going to have on-the-bench training?
Yes, not through this training contract, but we do have a contract with our primacy lab at CDPH, the Drinking Water Radiation Laboratory, that has already given us a lot of bench training.
Any other questions from Southern California before we move back to questions up here? All right, Stephen.
Christine, just a clarification on your last bullet item here. I've indicated that me personally, I'd like to see flexibility to select a private contractor that can cover multiple types of accreditation. However, I don't want that to be taken, and I'm not quite sure about this bullet, how it should be interpreted, that a laboratory that's happy with their, Utah or Oregon or other state that is an approved TNI accrediting body to not have that flexibility. So in addition to looking at private sector firms, are you incorporating the prospect of states that are TNI approved accrediting bodies who could also be part of that pool?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure, because it says may be able to accept, and I wasn't quite sure what that meant.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a comment also about this. This all seems like very elective, like a lab would elect to be a part of this process, which if you're not already a NELAP accredited lab, there's no benefit in doing a third-party assessment to a small municipal lab. And if there is, then maybe I'm missing it. I think if you were a small municipal lab, you would just kind of hang on until ELAP's ready to come in and do their own assessment. Why would you hire a third-party assessment?
Because the wait list is long and you want to be accredited, right? So we have up to a year when you submit an application in the law and the regulations for us to review your application. We don't want to wait that long.
Right.
If you ask for an amendment, we just don't have the people, and so maybe paying a third-party assessor to just get in here and get it done so that you can start running it.
Well, David here, actually, I don't think that's quite right. My lab is actually the lab that's sort of at the fulcrum here. We're a small lab where right now we only have 3 full-time staff in the lab. We have an empty position, and we have a GCMS. So if I'm reading this correctly and understand this correctly, if we want to get that GCMS accredited, we're going to have to use a third party because ELAP doesn't believe it has a staff of necessary training to assess my laboratory. So my lab, City of Pasadena, will have to pay an additional $5,000, $10,000, whatever it is, to have our lab accredited. And it won't be an option because we have to be GCMS accredited.
Well, if you're requesting for anything, for an amendment, it's our obligation to find the people to assess you, and you'll just have to wait. So I just go back to the idea that it's more of an expedited process, and this will just get you through the door faster and with a certificate.
And this is Stephen. Jill, maybe also, we don't know what the fee structure would be for ELAP to provide on-site assessments. It may be less expensive to go through a private sector party than to have ELAP do the on-site assessment. We don't know that yet because we don't know what the fee structure is going to look like.
Right, and what I would really like to see from ELAP is just to be forthcoming about that. I have an amendment application right now in process for ICPMS. And so I guess I would just like to see, and it's moving, but I want to know, okay, do I need to go hire a third-party assessor tomorrow because it's going to take so long for ELAP to accredit? And Caitlin's told me, no, it's going to be 2 to 3 months, okay? But I need to know if that's going to happen because we have a very expensive piece of equipment waiting.
Yeah, and we're still in the may be able to, so.
I want a yes or no, like,
right now.
as soon
You're
as
gonna have to
possible.
wait your 2 to 3 months, and as soon as we know more, we'll definitely
Okay.
let everyone know and be transparent.
We also have the ability to perform an off-site data assessment as well, so sometimes that's a tool that we use. You know, I know that your
We
application
kinda
is
talked
under
about that.
review,
Mhm.
so I think that the technical staff will make that determination soon whether or
Great.
not you're a candidate for that.
Great.
But every laboratory is a candidate for that when they submit an application.
This is Stephen. The one difference is a state laboratory may not have an urgency and a need to put a piece of equipment in place because or even a municipal lab because they have time and they're subcontracting out. Whereas a private sector laboratory that has purchased a $500,000, $1 million piece of equipment, gone through and done the vetting, maybe another $200,000 worth of training, they need that approval to be able to move forward and try to recover that capital investment. So
We understand.
yeah,
Right.
okay.
And ELAB has been great with this application process and hasn't taken such a long time. It has been good. There's been a lot of back and forth. But I'm just saying, you know, if that's gonna be the case, then let people know as soon as you can, so they can budget that into the process.
Yes, understood. Okay.
Right, moving on.
All right, so I have a couple informational items, and I'll touch on each of these. So first of all, some of you, I don't know if you're members in this room, there's a beach water quality monitoring work group. And the reason why I participated in that, that was a couple months ago, was that we're seeing that the agency partners, specifically the regional boards, are expressing interest in us offering new methods. One in particular is the qPCR method for beach monitoring. And so I reached out and started communicating with them. I made a presentation to their work group, not only in Southern California and in Northern California, and explained to them our capabilities and what we can and we can't do. And as you can see in the last bullet, essentially they're satisfied with the services that we provide. And for us to offer qPCR right now is really premature. I think there's issues with the actual method. And so when they're ready, they're still doing some pilot studies, but when they're ready, we need to build the capacity and have the technical expertise to be able to offer it. So that's what that is about.
What is that method? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with it.
qPCR?
Quantitative polymerase chain reaction. It's a genetic kind of DNA amplification process.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, people have been using PCR for a long time as a qualitative technique. The qPCR is an attempt to actually turn it into something that's like a chemistry method.
Okay.
And I
But
think-
not nearly as precise.
And I think the issue with this method is that it's rapid test methodology, so you get the information a lot faster, which is beneficial to the regional boards because they're out there to protect,
Beach posters.
Oh, yeah.
right? And they want to post it ASAP.
Immediately, yeah.
So I think it's, what, 4 hours?
Thank you. I just
You
wasn't
can do it in
familiar
4
with
hours.
that, with the Q in front of it.
Okay, and then next is a radiochemistry announcement. I don't know if any of you in this room are accredited for radiochemistry. So we have an announcement that's going to be going out, and if you have any comments on it, it's included in the packet, so let Mary Ann know. And we want to send that out pretty soon. And then last is the perchlorate DLR. So we have Zach and Mark from the Division of Drinking Water. So just to tee it up for them, on July 5th, they had a board meeting, which they approved a resolution and directed them to revise perchlorate for a lower detection limit. So I'll let them
Yeah, this
talk.
is Mark Bertson. You have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. Chief of the Technical Operations Section. Before I turn it over to Zach, just a couple little pieces of background. On February 22nd of this year, there was a board item, resolution adopting our priorities for this year in terms of regulatory development work. Some of them are actual regulations, some of them are work towards regulations and things like that. So that's always a reference if you're wondering what we're up to collectively. Pretty much all in there. And then just also wanted to mention that next Tuesday we have on the 18th our board hearing on the 123 TCP maximum contaminant level. So Zach will talk about the perchlorate item we presented to our board on the 5th and the outcome of that and where we're going with that.
So this is Zach Rounds. The board approved our resolution
They said they wanted us to continue moving towards lowering the detection limit for purpose reporting for perchlorate closer to the public health goal, or less than the public health goal, that'd be great, of 1 part per billion. The current DLR is at 4 parts per billion. I believe labs are using, I think, 314.0 to do that. What the reg unit will be doing next is essentially trying to build more data and get more information so we can successfully get a regulation through the public comment process and through Office of Administrative Law, showing that we've successfully crafted a regulation that drives the DLR lower. Now, we don't necessarily have an internal target. Back in 2015, I think it was 2015, from talking to Raymond Rule with DWRL, he identified, I believe, 3 or 4 different methods that are capable of detecting perchlorate at values, I believe, at least as low as 0.5 parts per billion, but definitely down at the 1 part per billion level. And the numbers are all in my mind. I want to say it's like 332 or something like that.
331, 332.
Okay, there you go. At the same time, ELAP apparently did a survey out to labs throughout the state, at least through, it's kind of blind to me. I saw the numbers, but not the actual detail, asking to find out how many of the labs could, at that time, use one of those newer methods to get down to one of those lower levels, and how many labs would be willing, if the DLR was lowered, to then purchase the equipment and training and actually be able to also provide that kind of service. From the survey, and this is again in 2015, so it's out of date at this point, we felt there were probably sufficient labs to start to move it down. We would always prefer to have many more labs that can do it at discount pricing, because we have to justify the cost as well. So what we're going to be looking for is probably DWRL or ELTAC, I suppose, generating a more formal document stating that these methods are capable of these lower levels for our purposes. I don't think it would be really doing any new research. It would just sort of be a more formal document that we could present and say, especially when we have to go through peer review, saying yes, these methods exist, they work. There's no question. We'd also like ELAP or ELTAC to do a new lab survey to get a revised idea of the capacity estimate and ideally the cost estimate of how much labs would be charging for one of these new methods. From the survey, there was a lot of non-response. At least, I want to say at least half didn't respond. Although the way the grid's laid out, it was difficult for me to really get a grip on exactly how much people only answering some questions and others, it's not clear. But we'd also prefer to get a more formal idea of that. Historically, we've just sort of used existing certified lab lists for methods. But it would be nice to know, given that we're likely going to, the regulation will likely not have, call it a burst of activity within the first year. I mean, our systems will start sampling it, but I think the current assumption is that we'll just link it to traditional routine monitoring. There's not going to, with 123 TCP, there's going to be a big burst of activity starting next year. All the community and non-transient water systems are going to start sampling for it, unless they get a waiver. For perchlorate, we'd anticipate more of that 3-year spread for their monitoring. So the notion of some labs needing the extra year or whatever to get the equipment or whatnot, that would be something we'd be interested in. Additionally, as part of our development of the resolution, we call around labs in a kind of a failed incognito mode where we try and pretend we're someone else, and then they go, "Who are you?" And I know your phone number, it's a 916. I go, "Okay, it's the state." We're trying to get the real man on the street prize, but that only works so well. But
Kind of hate caller ID.
yeah, causes problems. I know some labs will engage
spoof caller ID really easily.
Yeah. I'm a little bit. Sometimes my calls come from 707, and they go, "Why are you calling Southern California from up in northern?" when we do that, some of the labs, at least 2 of the labs indicated that they're getting results down to 2 parts per billion or lower using 314.0. And we would want verification or validation of some sort that that's actually real. And that not being a lab guy, when I work with the drinking water lab, sometimes they start making arguments that from a regulatory standpoint don't help me so much. But if some labs can be certified using their using 314.0 to get lower, down to 2, down to 1, that would be good to know if that's actually something that, for instance, ELAC could certify, or if it's just sort of, hey, we can do it, but it's super unreliable at that level. I don't know. That's the kind of thing we're going to need to know.
It's too low enough. This is exactly the kind of things that ELTAC developed a memo
That's
on
exactly
that
what I was going to ask.
Steve authored over a year ago now.
It's possible this is the same memo I've seen, but from my perspective, it came from Raymond Rule. I don't know.
Well, no. The memo is not about capabilities of perchlorate.
Oh, okay.
But the whole concept of what you just talked about, which is LTAC making a determination of what's truly achievable as far as reporting limits.
And
there's a process that was unanimously approved by this group that has an interface with ELAP staff to do a solicitation of laboratories to avoid your telephone calls where the laboratories have to be able to produce what is their reporting limit, what instrument are they using, et cetera, so that there can be a determination if a forthcoming regulation, and that was actually developed in relation to this. This had come out, and as we understand, the labs weren't quite ready. The lower reporting limit or new method or whatever it was, I don't remember the specifics. So we have a process that hasn't been, to the best of my knowledge, used yet. And I don't think I need to make a motion. I'd like to see it used for this as a pilot of how effective is this and have we missed something in our thought process.
That would be great.
Hey, Andy, David here, when there's an opening, I'd like to make a comment.
I think we're good for you, David.
Well, she did have one question. She was curious if 2 would be fine. I'm not going to. If the science and the economics point to 2 being the correct number, then 2 is the correct number. I'm not saying it is or it isn't. That's what we're developing as part of the research. We would prefer, and 1 would be one or less than 1 would be the ideal, because our goal from when we develop an MCL is to get as close to the PhD as possible. So if it's 2, then that creates a technological barrier that we can't cross. That said, I'm familiar with Massachusetts, I believe, has a DLR of 2.
DLR of 1.
I'm sorry, an MCL of 2 and a DLR of 1. Right. So there you go.
They actually require that people demonstrate 0.5.
Fair enough. Like I said, we from the regs unit standpoint, we would just be establishing the number. How ELAP requires labs to show that they can hit that is up to ELAP.
Yeah. David?
Yeah, okay, now I got 3 things to say. I think the PWP, I represent Pasadena Water and Power. We actually submitted a fairly long comment letter on this issue. And I think the broader point that's important here is that the Division of Drinking Water really needs to define what a DLR is. Right now, there's no definition. And they also need to develop a procedure for setting a DLR. If you look back at the past DLRs that the Division of Drinking Water created, one for perchlorate, 12 years ago, and another one for Chrome 6, and another one for 1,2,3-TCP, there's no consistent definition. And so, for example, it says, well, they should be, 75% of commercial labs should be able to accurately and precisely measure it. What does accurately and precisely mean? Plus or minus 5%, plus or minus 50%, plus or minus 500%. The more inaccurate results you're willing to tolerate, the lower you can push the DLR. Same with precision. If you're willing to take imprecise results, yeah, you can get really low numbers. So part of it has, Division of Drinking Water really should step back and decide what it is they want a DLR to be able to do. And then once you do that, then you can look at the data and say, oh, well, yeah, we can see 1 part per billion in distilled water, but in a high TDS sample, well, maybe not. And maybe the next time you analyze that sample, maybe it reads 0.5, maybe next time it reads 1.5. Yeah, you can see one, but not very accurately, not very precisely. So those are sort of the broader questions about, and that has to come from the Division of Drinking Water. ELAP and ELTAC and labs can't answer those questions. I would point out that 12, 13 years ago, Andy and I were on a subcommittee of ELTAC where we addressed this very issue and prepared a report, and so you may want to take a look at that. And the last thing is, if you, in terms of, verification, like Andy just mentioned in Massachusetts, you have to verify it. Again, that has to come from the Division of Drinking Water. That's not the kind of thing ELAP can require, but Division of Drinking Water can. So a lot of this is really going to be up to Division of Drinking Water to decide what it is DLRs are, how they function, how they're determined, and what kind of verification they want.
So did you say, David, that you had a report that ELTAC developed?
Yeah. We published it in the Journal of American Water Works Association 12 years ago?
Something like that.
Yeah. Really good article. You should read it. Yeah, it was all for, because at the time, Alexis Malaya was trying to set new DLRs for the metals. And so we did this big interlaboratory study, and we got all kinds of wonderful data, and the article comes highly recommended. And it isn't just, a collection of numbers. We actually did try to make an assessment of, all the questions that were brought up here in terms of number of labs and level of accuracy, level of precision, were all try to be addressed there.
Any other comments from Southern California?
Andy, I would like to add something.
Word.
Sorry. From the public, Josie Tellers. 10 years ago, not 10 years ago, I would say probably 16 years ago when perchlorate was coming out. Actually, I was climbing the lab bench to put this method together for commercial labs. And so I'm quite familiar with the 314.0. At the time, the requirement is, I believe, 6 ppb, and laboratories were asked, can you hit this? So we purchased equipment. It's pretty much the same procedures you're doing now. And we were able to do a performance-based, there's a published method that we follow, and then we can establish it. I agree with David as far as distinction of where the DLR should be identified, but at the same time, I believe ELAP really have a critical role in this, because we're not just, in addition for perchlorate, we had hexchrome, we had 123 TCP, publics or laboratories needing to comply with your requirement. You need to have a better understanding, one, why is it being lower than the acceptable MCL by EPA, and we are going lower, right?
For perchlorate?
For perchlorate, you were saying earlier.
EPA doesn't have an MCL.
Okay, but you were saying from 6 ppb to 1 ppb, there should be a rationale why we're doing it? Because technology.
We did that.
Okay.
We went to the board with all that
Yes,
information.
I actually listened to that
Yeah.
particular presentation. But these are just examples of new methods. Either it's a new method or we're trying to lower the detection limit. We are counting on ELAP to actually, on the wastewater side, there's some proposals out there, like the CUC is in play, pyrethroids and whatnot, for new chemicals that we want to see as low detection limit as possible. What's missing is to confirm that this method can be seen that low and can be reproduced across the laboratories, and that mechanism, I think, rests with ELAP. Steven's memo is a good start, but it has to be fully embraced and really take off, because there's a lot of regulatory requirements, both from the drinking water side and wastewater sides, that are in flux right now, because there are a lot of new methods that there's no mechanism how we're going to get certified for it to meet the compliance requirements. So I'm supporting heavily to, if anything, have that mechanism to be solidified, because we really, really do need it.
Stephen?
So, I mean, I'm just looking at the clock, I don't want to rush the subject, but I would propose that a committee of ELTAC members, which our letter says, that are capable or at least knowledgeable enough in the method, form, work with these folks and see if we can go through the process. And ELAP staff, because it is a solicitation process out to laboratories. I don't know how your mass email process is working, or you go through the FOTs and they're already certified, but I mean, why not give this a shot, and because there's a need.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect scenario for that.
And I think it's beneficial, and we should follow the memo that you all approved and presented to us, and we accepted.
Sounds great.
Yeah. So that'd probably be good.
Formal motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and motion that we form a committee of technically knowledgeable parties from ELTAC on this particular analysis type to work through the process to identify laboratory capabilities to meet the new limits.
This committee will be subject to Bagley-Keaton.
Why would it if it was only a couple of people?
It's a formal motion of the committee.
Well, nobody needs to second my committee. My motion.
We can form a work group.
Yeah, nobody needs to, I thought it was, I
But
thought
the
committees,
committee was the term that you used,
but I
or
thought,
you all
I thought it
agreed
still had
on
to be
in the
6
memo.
or more.
No, I think, I'll double check, but if it's.
I'll amend my motion to be a work group.
Okay.
I will
agree
second
with
the
that.
motion
Okay, there we go.
for a work group as opposed to a
Okay.
subcommittee. All right, then. All those in favor?
Do we get a second? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, I second.
Andy,
And Andy.
yeah. We got 2 seconds,
Second.
we're good.
All right, actually, before asking for a vote, any questions or comments on that from Southern California?
Are we still there?
Do you all know what just happened? They have.
Yes, this is Allison.
Yeah, Allison.
Yes, I have a question. Can someone please clarify what this work group's goal is or purpose is?
Yeah, we should do that. That way that they don't have a confused look on their face.
So Allison, this is Stephen. It's been over a year, but we have a memo, a 1 to 1.25 page memo that describes the process. My recollection was a solicitation from a state agency partner for either a new method or lower reporting limit would propagate the formation of a number of parties, whatever the definition was, we'll call it a work group, of ELTAC members that had knowledge and capabilities in the particular type of analysis to collaborate and work with ELAP staff to solicit laboratory capabilities from those that are on an FOT, or if it's a new method, labs that have similar types of, analyses, what their instrumentation was and what their reporting limits were. I think that's the term we use, but you guys are using something else. And then that group of ELTAC members that had the technical capabilities would evaluate the sniff test, basically, of what was submitted, and identify if in fact some portion of laboratories should be capable of meeting the new limits. And if not, the prospect of a discussion of interlaboratory studies would be done, obviously with no funding, but different methods, like you mentioned, there might be different instruments being used, and then come back with a recommendation to the state agency partners and ELAP in terms of what the next steps were. Is that it?
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any other questions or comments from Southern California? If not, then we'll call for a vote. All right, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Southern California?
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining for religious reasons? Or because they don't want perchlorate? All right, the motion passed, so we will form a work group, and I'm gonna suggest that people who are interested in participating in that work group reach out to Kate,
Yeah, you can have
just
five.
via email. All right.
Okay, that is it for my informational updates. And
Okay, so I think I am up next.
I think the first two slides are on here, Andy, and then I have to switch over to yours.
Great.
Okay, so following the discussion that we had had at the last LTAC meeting, there was a fees work group, a stakeholder group for fees that was composed of some members of LTAC and a bunch of other people. The members are shown on this first slide. So it's a pretty broad group of people from commercial labs to municipal labs to groups such as Aqua. The work group has actually met twice. We initially met in May, which was mainly an opportunity for the fees people within the state board to talk about what they were expecting. And we were then charged with everybody going off and developing various options. On June 29th, there was another meeting where everybody presented the options that they'd come up with. And following that, the group was tasked with going back and modeling those options with a spreadsheet that Caitlin had developed, and I'll wait for you to pull up. Okay, so the goal basically of the work group is articulated by the fee branch was to come up with a fee structure that's sustainable and scalable. Right now, the budget numbers for ELAP actually have a range from 3.5 to 4.1, depending on what costs get included in all of that. So we're basically tasked with coming up with models that would generate both of those ranges of options. And Caitlin put together a spreadsheet that reflected the current status of ELAP approval, which is about 670 labs. And it included the breakdown of the accreditation for each lab in terms of whether they were in-state or out-of-state, the number of methods they had, the number of units of accreditation, which is basically analytes, and the complexity of each of those, which was determined by ELAP, and I provided some input on that. And then also whether the particular accreditations that they had would require third-party assessment based on complexity. And you can see at the bottom there the information that was in the spreadsheet. So at that June 29th meeting, there were 9 different options that were presented, and essentially all of the options included a base fee, but that base fee actually varied pretty substantially amongst the models. And then there were a number of additional costs. Some of the models were based on the current fields of testing. Some were based on looking at revised fields of testing based on the third-party capabilities versus not. Some of them were based on the complexity of the methods as they were developed originally, so actually not the complexity that was shown in the spreadsheet that got distributed after the June 29th meeting. Some of them were based on analytes, that is, units of accreditation. Some of them included a separate cost for external assessments, so we built that in. Some also included different credits or different charges for out-of-state labs. So it was a wide range of options that were presented. And each person and group that had an approach was then asked by the fee branch to model that and get that information back to the fee branch by yesterday. And the idea will be to look at, for each model, come up with something that sort of looks like this particular histogram of fees based on laboratories and show what the range of fees would be amongst labs, and basically try to figure out from the 9 models that were presented originally to knock that down to no more than 3 or 4, which the fee branch would then take and end up presenting at workshops. The one model that did come up was one that Caitlin presented, that was the ELAP model. That was the only one that used the unit of accreditation, but that one seemed to garner a lot of interest from the group. I'm looking at Mindy and Anthony, who were also present at the meeting, to.
I missed the second meeting.
Oh,
I was
okay.
gone.
All right.
But I like
Josie.
that idea.
So,
That's what I had in mind, so.
I'm assuming if I say anything that people say, no, we didn't say that, someone will jump in. So at this point, the plan is to narrow it down to 3 or 4, probably do some either conference calls or email communications, and then the fee branch will basically take a limited number of models out to the world at large to get feedback. And that is where we are in fees at this point, and I'll be happy to answer any questions on that. I see no questions from Northern California. Anything from Southern? All right, no questions from Southern California. We're on the next item, which is the proficiency testing work group.
Okay, so I'm filling in for one of my management staff, Chris Ryan. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here. He is leading the charge for ELAP's proficiency testing work group. So just to give you some background, the origin of the work group, if you all remember, was when we had an ELTAC meeting and some issues arose, specifically a complaint from a laboratory. Confusion and interpretation of our regulations, and so we asked for someone to help with the interpretation.
When was that? What meeting was that? I don't remember this group being formed, or especially with having the request for outside people at all to be included in it, because I know people who would love to be part of this work group.
Yeah, and
that
they are can
not.
still be, yeah.
They can still
Sure.
be? Okay, because I thought one of them emailed and was told, no, they're not accepting new members at this time.
That's not right.
Okay, thank you. That's all I
Anyone that
needed.
wants to be part of it, you just contact Chris and
Okay.
he will, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the origin, and so the purpose was to identify recommendations for ELAP to address some of the PT issues that we have. So here are the members, and looks like we're gonna have some more. Chris did tell me about 3 folks in the lab community that contacted him after we announced the PT work group in our latest newsletter document, Be in the Know, and so we'll probably have 3 more members.
Yeah, this is Stephen. Can you clarify what this group's docket is? You said PT issues. That's a broad subject matter. Is it PT issues working on the forthcoming software? Is it PT issues in terms of identifying audit issues? Is it?
Sure, I'll cover that.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks.
So here are the members, and as I just mentioned, there'll be more. So here's our work group goals. So the primary goal was, the origin was from that complaint from one of the laboratories. And so they talked about that. That's one of their goals, to address that complaint and specific issue. And then also to make recommendations on interpretation of the current regulations, because that is the genesis of the complaint, and how to deal with it, and how ELAP will resolve that complaint, because it's very old and we need to resolve that. And then also provide guidance on the proficiency testing sections of the new regulations. So we also asked them to do that. And you know, Rich, are you there in Southern California?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, he said that he'd give me a hand on this one. So I'm just going to go through it, and then you can chime in whenever you like. Okay, Rich?
Sure.
All right. So the kickoff meeting was April 14, and here are the topics that were discussed. They didn't go into technical detail. It was just to introduce each other and talk about what their goals and charge are, which was what I just mentioned, what type of deliverables that we wanted, how they would operate, how frequently they would meet, and then if they, when the next meeting would be. So then the next meeting happened on June 1st, and here are the topics. So I have a summary that Chris gave me because I wasn't at this meeting, but this is where I'll probably need your help, Rich, on some of the findings and recommendations that you all came up with. So the first one was, should ELAP require a different PT for both a water supply and water pollution FOT with the same analyte/method? So what did you guys come up with, Rich, on this topic?
On this topic, we agreed that if a laboratory passes the PT for one, say, WP study, they don't have to repeat it for the WS study.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's great.
That, wait, is that acceptable?
So this is Stephen. I didn't ask the right question when I talked about the docket. What I intended to mean was decision-making process. So ELTAC was formed to help ELAP with technical issues, lab accreditation issues, et cetera. I am 100% in support of work groups. What I am a little concerned about is are the work groups making a recommendation to ELTAC to then engage ELAP, or are they simply another group like the parties you've received information from, and ELTAC's purpose is diluted? So in terms of decision making from work groups, fees, etc., is ELTAC just a voting member for something that the work group has done, or are they the party that this work group is feeding into ELTAC? The work group brings the information to ELTAC, and ELTAC votes on it.
You want me to answer that one?
I like Christine's answer being the latter. That ELTAC.
But we'll hear what you have to say, Rich.
It's my understanding that we are just putting together information to present to ELTAC.
Yes,
this is an ELTAC decision.
Perfect. Thank you, Rich, and thank you, Christine.
Yeah. So don't worry. Go ahead.
David here. When the opening comes up, I'd like to say something.
Jill, did you have something else to say? Okay, David, your turn.
Yeah, no, I was like Mindy. I don't remember this work group being formed. It's certainly an important issue and certainly something we should discuss, but it's the first I've heard about it.
So we can discuss that now. I distinctly remember Marshall Chafee talking about his hazardous waste from Jones and Stoke Laboratory, asking for us to, I personally invited him, asking ELAP to help them and ELTAC resolve this issue. And then from there, and help me if
I think we just invited anyone that wanted to participate, and we got 2 people.
And Rich raised his hand. And
this, I believe this was in, this was a while back.
It was a while back.
We had a lot of meetings.
This complaint was, Marshall might be on the phone, but it was over a year ago. Yeah.
Can you tell us about his complaint? About the PT complaint?
His complaint was you get penalized on your PT results if you have parameters in there that you're not analyzing. So if you're doing a group of analytes for PAHs, for example, and you do 33 of them, but you really only want to analyze 10 of them, if you report the other ones as I don't want to report them, they are counted against you. And so that was his complaint.
Okay, that was actually a workshop. That was a board workshop in October. It wasn't an LTAC meeting.
No, he presented it as a public comment at one of
Oh,
the.
We did
okay.
have a public comment, but this, so
Well,
I
you-
don't want everyone to get excited and upset. Everyone's invited to this work group. These are technical, in the weeds things that I don't think you all want to dedicate LTAC meetings to. So a work group is great. I think bring your topics, and the goal and frequency can be adjusted. I'm sure Rich and Marshall and the rest of us on the work group would be completely open to that. Do you agree, Rich?
Absolutely.
Okay.
As long as it's back.
Yeah, so this is just a summary of what they talked about at their second meeting. It's obvious they're going to have more meetings with more people. So the second item was, should there be a water pollution PT requirement for FOT 126, microbiology of recreational water? And Rich, do you want to answer that?
Well, that one's still in discussion. Is it possible? And so we were going to look into what other groups are doing on this subject and see what we come up with.
Yeah, so one of the answers that I got from Chris, he gave me some notes, is that ELAP should encourage the PT providers to produce proficiency testing sample studies that are appropriate for recreational waters. So that was one of the discussion topics or answers.
I was gonna ask you, have any vendors been approached to be a part of this PT work group, or is that beyond the scope of the group?
Rich?
We actually made that suggestion too.
Sure. Maria Friedman is the official chair for TNI's PT committee. So we can easily reach out to a lot of the PT providers.
Great.
Okay, so the next question was, should there be a PT requirement for FOT 115 extraction test of hazardous waste? Rich?
I have to be honest and say I'm drawing a complete blank on that one.
I have the
And
answer. So I think what Chris gave me as the discussion and answer from the two of you was, no, this FOT is for extraction methods and is not determinative. No PT exists for this FOT. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
That's
That one's just kind of out of my head for some reason.
Yeah, that's all right. All right, so then the last was just feedback. We're going to have a PT webpage tab. So we've been working on a PT announcement because we know there's some unclear PT interpretation and a lot of labs, and we can go into detail after David's presentation. They don't know that you need a PT acceptable report for every method or subgroup that you're requesting accreditation for.
If it exists.
Stephen,
If it exists.
If it exists,
If
right.
it exists,
Right.
yeah. And so there definitely are some things we need to talk about with PTs, but so they provided feedback, and we want to give you the best information and communicate as best as we can. And I think we can talk a lot more about PTs after David's presentation.
David here. Also, there no longer is an FOT 126 or 115, I think. When the FOTs 101 through 127 were removed from statute with the budget trailer bill last September, and regulations right now are the old ones, 1 through 21, whatever it was, the old ones. So just to point that out, that these FOTs technically don't exist any longer.
Okay, then ELAB doesn't exist. No. Well, we're working on that,
And therefore,
right? I mean,
nobody is accredited
yeah,
anymore.
We're working on that.
Except for
I
ELAB
mean, you all
labs.
know that.
Well, no. I mean, there are fields of testing. They're numbered 1 through 23, whatever it was in the regulations. So the health and safety code doesn't have FOTs, but the California Code of Regulations Title 22 does. And that's why I was pointing it out that the numbers 101 through 127 or whatever it was are no longer in statute or regulation. And the only thing in regulation are the old 1 through 23.
And we are reconciling all of that when we work with our free structure work group and also our new regulation. Okay.
All right.
So I would suggest if you want to be part of the PT work group, if you have questions, to reach out to Chris and we can have a larger group.
We do have to stick to 5 or fewer LTAC members.
I don't want to be part of it, but I know somebody who does, so I'm good.
All right, that's it.
David, moving along to your presentation on enforcement.
I was assuming this was in the afternoon, but let's get to it. So the background is this overlaps considerably with the previous discussion. Over the last...
David, can you move closer to...
No, I forgot to push the little red button, sorry.
Thank you.
Yes. Details are important.
David, can you let us know when you want us to move to the next slide?
I'll do that, yes. All right, so this will overlap with the previous discussion. Over the last couple of months, I've gotten a lot of emails and phone calls from other labs saying that they've been running into problems with enforcement issues. And we kind of discussed this, I think, a little bit at the last meeting, but just to sort of briefly. So, and actually, at the last, on the plane trip back from my last ELTAC meeting, I had discussion on this very topic as well. So I decided, well, maybe this is an important issue to discuss with ELTAC, is enforcement. So let's go to the next slide. Technical problems everywhere. So, enforcement on next slide. Nice slide. Okay, next one.
You want the one that says approved methods?
I think it's a
Next,
tiny bit delayed.
slide number 3. There you go. So, so ELAB's job is to ensure that all accredited laboratories using approved methods necessary. I don't even know why I threw this in here, but let's move on. So that's what ELAB's job is to do, is make sure we're all using the right methods in the appropriate fashion with the necessary quality control. Next slide, please. So here's the existing regulations, which does have the fields of testing. And I did highlight, for example, here's field of testing 1, which is microbiology. And I did highlight the fact that it identifies I guess will technically be a technology, MMO mug, for the presence of total coliform and Escherichia coli. But in the other fields of testing, there are other methods identified, other technologies identified, and that this is Article 12, which at some point obviously will be changed, but for the moment it is the current law. So let's go on to the next slide. Next slide, please. There we go. And this is Article 6, which again identifies, for example, here's fields of testing 1 through 6, which identifies all those methods currently identified in the Code of Federal Regulations 141 from 1992. So it's a little bit out of date. And then, of course, there's, the next section down is 136 for a different set of field of testing 8 through 16 and hazmat and all so on like that. So these are the current regulations that are in effect. Next slide, please. And I'm not going through this just because it's the proper framework to look at these questions, because ELAP's going to enforce their regulations as a regulatory enforcement body. So this is the PT sample section in the current regulations. And again, it identifies fields of testing and associates those with different technologies and identifies, PTs for those. So all the issues involving PTs, field of testing, are all in regulation. So the next slide, please. Ooh, okay. Now, Article 5 says that if a laboratory fails to participate in a PT study, the laboratory may be given an opportunity to have a second round. So you didn't do a PT, you can be notified by ELAP, and then you get a second shot at it. Next one, we'll go to the next slide. That's subsection D. E says that if you have failing results, you participated in the study but did not pass, you get a second chance as well. Now, I would point out that this was written at a time when there was one PT provider. It was called the US EPA, and they did exactly 2 studies each calendar year, 2 for WS, 2 for WP, and I guess 4 DDMRQA. So it was obviously written in a very different world than the one we currently occupy, but it is nonetheless current law in California. Next slide, please. So Article 3 tells us that if you submit an application, the state, it says department, meaning Department of Health Services, but in this case, Division of Drinking Water State Board, has 30 days to identify deficiencies in your application and to notify you, and then you have 90 days to correct those deficiencies in your application. But it also says that if this department does not, within 30 days, identify it as a problem, it is automatically deemed acceptable. Next slide, please. Now, this is the Health and Safety Code. This is actually in statute, not regulation. But it does identify that when the department, again here, department being Division of Drinking Water, ELAP, identifies that a laboratory is not in compliance, that they should let the laboratory know that they're not in compliance and direct them to correct action, take corrective action. So, for example, if a lab were to fail a PT sample, the lab should, according to the statute, be notified that they did not participate or failed qualitatively, and then be given the opportunity to make those corrections. So, moving on to the next slide. There we go. So, and just this sometimes comes up. This is actually from the State Board draft resolution, and it's on an unrelated topic. Well, not quite unrelated. DLRs and perchlorate, but it does point out that California has no authority to enforce federal regulations. California regulatory agencies can only enforce California regulation, California statute. So whatever is written in 40 CFR 141 or 136 are nice and useful, but they cannot be enforced by a state regulatory agency unless they're incorporated into statute or regulation in California. This always comes up. So next slide, please.
So just to point out, that's in reference to the MCLs.
Pardon me?
That's in reference to the MCLs, which you just showed?
It is reference to any federal regulation. So, for example, currently the Division of Drinking Water is not enforcing the revised total coliform rule. If a drinking water system in California is out of compliance with the revised total coliform rule, San Francisco, Region 9 enforces, not the Division of Drinking Water, because revised total coliform rule has not been incorporated into California regulation. Same thing happened with the interim enhanced surface water treatment rule. Same thing happened with the lead and copper rule way back when, for those of us old enough to remember that. California did not initially enforce any of those regulations. California only started enforcing those when they became incorporated. So that's a general point. So now, this is the old field of testing form, which was on the ELAP webpage, and I've highlighted two subgroups, and they are standard methods 9223 total coliform and 9323 Escherichia coli, and it says ColiAlert. And so it listed those are the two units of accreditation, I suppose we should ought to appropriately say. And there's a footnote, footnote 3 above at the very right-hand side. The next slide will show us what footnote 3 says. So this is technically guidance, since it's not in regulation or statute. And it says ColiAlert represents both ColiAlert and ColiAlert 18. So for many years, ELAP was telling laboratories that if you use ColiAlert 24 and ColiAlert 18, you only have to do one PT for both of them, that you didn't have to do them separately. This was written right there in this guidance document, this form to check off. So let's go to the next slide then. All right, and so if you look at the web page, the FOT 101 form was updated last April, so 14 months ago or so. It's now different. So the next slide, please. All right, so here's where we start to run into problems. A number of laboratories have been told that their accreditation was in jeopardy because they didn't do 2 separate PTs. Now, as we saw until just recently, ELAP was advising them not to do 2 separate PTs. ELAP changed the guidance on this document and didn't tell anybody. And so labs were doing what they'd always done and then being penalized. Now, I would point out that there's no 18-hour version for this test listed in Article 6 or Article 12. And in Article 5, there's nothing that discusses requirements to do a PT for any of these tests, since they weren't approved at the time. And they weren't given an opportunity to do a second PT. And it's one thing to say, okay, you guys didn't read the updated, guidance document in the form of this FOT form. Why don't you go back and do a second PT? So there was no opportunity to correct, and they weren't notified until too late. And there's actually no regulatory support for that interpretation, since the 18-hour test was not approved in that listed test. And in fact, there's no Kohler as a brand is not listed, much less 2 different versions of that particular product. So next slide, please. So yeah, here's so we were discussing enumeration of bacteria in recreational waters. And so we have enterococci here listed, and there's several test methods listed. And they're currently listed in 101, if I understand correctly. Now here's the thing, again, so this is under drinking water, although I guess recreational water or source water. Again, none of these test methods are listed in the regulation. Go to the next slide, please. So what labs who have been doing with the approval of ELAP is using WPs, wastewater PT samples, because they are available, one with enterococci, but also available for evaluation through enumeration. The drinking water is all presence absence, and so if you want to do enumeration, you do WP. Again, these tests aren't listed in Articles 2 or 6, and these labs who are now being told they're not accredited or in danger of losing accreditation, again, we're not notified that there was a change in policy and change in guidance, and not given an opportunity to correct. So this is a really common one. A lot of people have gotten hit with this one. Next slide, please. So this is a common one I've heard about as well, is there's a problem with your application, and then a few days or weeks before your application is up for renewal, all of a sudden you're told, oh, there's a problem with your permit, with your application. You have to fix it before we give you a new permit. And so labs are scrambling at the last minute trying to make these corrections, even though the statute regulation says pretty clearly that you have to notify them within 30 days of receiving the application. Otherwise, it's automatically accepted. Now, there are other examples. I just use these 3 to sort of get the issues out here. I know a lab that was doing a large number of organics for drinking water, and you can't get every organic in one PT. So they were using WP and WS. And up until recently, that was fine. Now, all of a sudden, the rules have changed. Next slide, please. I think there's one more slide. Yeah, so this is the slide coming off of the ERP presentation. And it's talking about establishing credibility of ELAP with the community. And the bottom says eliminating gotcha mentality. Now, a lot of people who are concerned about T&I are worried about this issue, that there are now, that on top of all the stuff we have to do now, there are now thousands of additional things where our accreditation can become in jeopardy. And what we always heard is, oh, we're not going to play gotcha. We're not going to, nitpick every little thing here and then put your accreditation in jeopardy. And yet that's exactly what we see happening here. We see, labs, being put in jeopardy of loss of accreditation, in some cases the certificate's not arriving, on these issues that in fact are it's not even quite gotcha, in the sense that they're not really clear that there's a regulatory basis for those actions. So I've talked to various people, and everyone thought, well, this is something we would definitely want to discuss at ELTAC. So there it is. So hopefully that will stimulate discussion.
Mindy.
Yeah, this is Mindy. I agree, and I know I've sent Christine a couple emails kind of along these lines because I've had, I don't know if you want to call them constituents, but other CWEA labs contact me saying, hey, ELAP is doing this now, which I've never known about this before, and a lot of it is, we know that the PT rules were just never being, or not never, but for a long time have been neglected, and they're starting to get picked up. And I think it was just a matter of, we're having a lot of people that just, things that, yes, they've been in regulation, but they haven't been enforced, getting enforced with no warning, no proper notification out to everybody. I mean, putting it into a newsletter in a small line is getting out there to some, but not everybody is seeing that. And so, you know, and like I said, every time I've contacted Christine, you've said, no, we'll work with them. We're not going to rip it out and da-da-da, but there's been a lot of concern. So I know that that's where I think what David's coming from is that, yes, we want everybody to get to following the rules and doing everything adequately, but because we're making such a drastic change from no regulation or no control over it to tight control over it, that it does need to be a little bit more of a give and take transitional period of it to get there. So that's where, I mean, the whole thing with saying, no, you're no longer approved for this method because you didn't do this, because you didn't know it existed now as a WP or as a WSPT where it only used to be WP and whatnot. I think we do need to have, you know, a little bit of flexibility in that line. So that's just
let me add, if you look at the article, the reason I put Article 5 in there, it does not, there's no requirement to use WS for field testing 1 through 6. There's no requirement for WP through whatever the wastewater ones are. So there's an action. So even whether you use WP or S, it's not a violation of any regulation to use, to mix and match or do anything like that. And so it's not just that the regulations are being enforced, the regulations are, at least currently, badly out of date and do not reflect what the reality of the situation is.
Other comments, and then we'll let Christine actually have some words in here. Anything else from Southern California? All right, Christine.
Okay, so thank you. I do have several thoughts on this presentation and the topic. I do want to introduce Kim Niemeyer. She's our attorney. So if you guys have any regulations questions, I would suggest that we ask them now, because one thought is that the interpretation of the regulations in the law is erroneous. So let's have Kim come in and let you know what our philosophy and our policy and how we interpret that. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we don't have the gotcha mentality, and I'm sorry that everyone thinks that way. In fact, you can ask any one of these staff that are in this room that I have emphasized working with laboratories and ensuring that we're accommodating them. So I think the labs that have felt that way, they just didn't get accredited, because the bottom line is that we cannot issue accreditation to a lab that doesn't pass a PT, period. So we need to all understand that, and if there's confusion, we have a PT work group now that has, now we can discuss it, and we can discuss it here in this forum. But the other thing is that we're going through growing pains, and we all have to share responsibility. We're sharing responsibility for our communications. We may not have communicated the best possible that you all want us to, and please tell us what we can do and what we need to do, and we'll do that. But you all as laboratory community need to share in that responsibility. 80% of the labs have PT problems, 80%. So it's delayed not because of our fault, but because of the fault of the laboratories. They haven't submitted the PTs, they don't pass the PTs, or they're submitting the wrong PTs. Granted, there are problems with some of the specific issues that David has addressed, but let's talk about them now and figure out a solution. So we're all going through this, and we have to share in that responsibility. The idea that our regulations are outdated. We all know that, and we're fixing it. But we're not going to let ourselves follow bad regulations. We're going to provide the best service and use the methods that the agency partners want us to. The agency partners, specifically with this topic that David said, Ask Drinking Water, they want a method for every line, 18 and 20 and 24. And so they want acceptable PTs for those. We probably didn't do a very good job letting you know. There was an announcement and it was tucked inside all of the text, but that's our bad and we will fix that. The idea that you don't have due process, I think, he didn't really touch on that, but that's what we read. It's in there for petitioning, but I don't think you guys want to do that. It's going to take a long time for us to get an administrative judge, and you're going to be suspended for your method, and you won't be able to run it. Just get it done, and we'll give you accreditation. It's a difficult situation for us. We were not implementing policy appropriately. We weren't even reviewing PTs. So we have the difficult responsibility of setting everybody straight. And a lot of people don't like us, but we have responsibility for the credibility of accreditation for the labs, for the agencies that we provide it to, and the law. I'm delegated authority from the board to sign these certificates, and I can't sign it if you don't have a passing PT. So those are my thoughts. I'm happy to answer any questions, but and if you want to go into detail here, but that's our thoughts on the topic. I don't mean to be too stern with everyone, but everybody has to share the responsibility, and we'll do our best if you all do your best too.
I think one thing that would be useful, and I believe I mentioned at a prior ELTAC meeting, would be you guys having an FAQ on your website about PTs so that everybody has access to, here's what we're doing, and, by the way, if you're using ERA for your PTs, be aware that they don't necessarily have everything, and there are some other PT providers that provide some of these, and just getting as much information out there to prevent people thinking there's a gotcha mentality, even if there's not.
Sure. And I don't know, Rich, did you all look at the FAQs that we have for PTs? I think that's next on the list. We have been developing and gathering all of the frequently asked questions. We have an ELAP PT email box that you can ask questions about PTs. So if you are confused, send the question in, and we would have given you the right answer.
Does that go directly to Chris Ryan?
Yes, it does.
Stephen?
We did have the discussion only in terms of what Andy just said, which is we feel that there needs to be a place for good, clear information to be disseminated.
So this is Stephen. I tried to track David's presentation as best as I can. I'm not going to get into legalese kind of discussion, but what I did see there, outside looking in, was some confusion on a couple of the back T, and then from that potential confusion, it does sound like some laboratories have lost their accreditations for those. Was that confusion reasonable?
That they lost their accreditation?
No. Was it reasonable based upon the confusion from the laboratories? I believe there was an enterococci and the other one was E. coli, that it looks like either one should be acceptable, both had to be done, or whatever was the issue. Was it reasonable the laboratory would be confused if they were tracking the type of process and information that David had presented?
I assume yes.
Okay.
I mean, I'm admitting that the communication has not been the best. And
I'm not looking to criticize, I'm just trying to get a snapshot of if the confusion from the laboratory community is reasonable in a couple of these cases, where for my lab, it's, you do this PT as a toxicity test laboratory and you don't. There isn't a second PT, there isn't a drinking water, and there's no confusion there. So I'm trying to put my hat on of a laboratory that's working in these different arenas. And so if there is some confusion, I think we as ELTAC should be striving, because you said we have a responsibility too, to work with the laboratory community to assure that we are having some additional communications about this.
Sure.
Because the last thing I think any of us want to see is, because of confusion, a laboratory losing their accreditation. Lack of performing a PT, done. I mean, if you just simply haven't done it at all, done. If you haven't had corrective actions for those that have failed, you shouldn't be getting accredited for maintaining accreditation. So those things, I think everybody would generally be in agreement with. It's where there was two different methods for a particular PT and they chose the wrong one, then I'd like to make sure we come up with a better process for informing them.
And let me say, I'm fully appreciative of just how out of date these regulations are, and that you would, as a regulatory agency, it'd be really difficult to move forward with these. And it's good that on the agenda is we're looking forward to updating those regulations. That's all great. But I think this is what's important here is to look at and say, okay, well, look, right now our regulations are not where we want them to be, and maybe we don't want to go immediately to decertification, revocation. Maybe we have a period where we issue warnings. Say, hey, you didn't do your PTs. You're supposed to do your PTs. The situation's changed since regulations. How about just a corrective action instead of decertification? Because as the statute clearly states, you have the authority to issue both cease and desist orders and corrective action orders. Say, hey, you're doing this wrong. Do it correctly next time. And give them a period. Say, you have 90 days to buy a PT and participate, instead of your certificate's been revoked, either in whole or in part.
So
That's the kind of thing I would have thought would be a better approach.
I think what you're saying is really the extreme. And I can say with utter confidence that we haven't revoked accreditation in the PT. They've dropped it because they have not submitted the correct PT or passed the PT. And the other thing I want to ensure that we're all clear about, this is not enforcement. Enforcement is a different area of what we do. Enforcement is when Miriam and her staff go in and investigate. This is an administrative procedure requirement. So an analogy is the DMV. You want a driver's license, you take your written test, you take the driving test, you pay your fee, they give you a license. You don't have the PT. There are confusing areas, we'll work with you, and we do work with you. So whenever an application comes in, let me just explain the process so everyone's clear. And it's a formalized internal management process. They submit an application, and we do notify you if your application is not complete and let you know if you don't have those elements. But we do a further technical review to see if you have your PT is acceptable, if it's the right method. That is a lot of work for hundreds and thousands of lines of PT review that we have to do. And I just want to make clear that the fault shouldn't be with ELAP. It's the responsibility of labs to give us good, complete applications that are not deficient. Why are you asking for a hamburger with cheese when you pay for it at the checkout you don't have the money? Don't ask for a method that you don't have a passing PT for. That happens constantly, and then the blame lies in ELAP to have to call you when we finally get to your application after hundreds of reviews that you don't have it, when you should have known when you submitted the application. And I know you can hear the frustration in my voice, but you see that we deal with this all the time.
No, and
It's
that's
very
perfect.
difficult for us.
I think we all appreciate that, given how out of date your regulations are, you're in a very difficult position. I think no one's denying that. But for example, the entire cocky, they did do a PT sample. These labs did TSC and passed it, but it was WP, and so the ELAP is saying you can't use WP for enterococci. First of all, ELAP had been accepting it for years, many years, and two, it is a PT, and nowhere in the regulations does it say you can't use a WP for enumeration of enterococci. So the laboratory did not violate an ELAP regulation, did do a PT, passed it successfully. And so now there's this interpretation, well, you can't use WPs for enterococci in recreational waters. Again, I don't think there's anything in and some of the labs, what happens is, it's more, they might have might be a backup method, they might have other methods they can use, so they'll just drop it. It's less effort to fight it than it is to It's easier to drop it than it is to fight it. But that's not the point. The point is, the lab didn't do anything wrong. It didn't violate any ELAP's regulations. They did what they'd been doing for years, and that I think is a problem.
And I admit we should do a better job expressing and communicating changes in policy, for sure. But interpretation of policy was erroneous previously. We got to set things straight, and we will correct it. I think for that specific issue, we would probably pitch it over to the agency partner to referee. What do they want? You know, which one do they want, or do they want this many PTs to be acceptable for this data that you're submitting to them? And so I really don't know about this specific lab, but if they want to come to me and ask me and resolve the issues, then we can definitely work with them.
All right, Renee, Mindy, and Stephen, and then lunch.
Okay. Thank you. This is Renee. Actually, this seems out of date now, but about 5 minutes ago, there was the discussion of vendor list. And I was doing some research on the ELAP webpage either this morning or yesterday afternoon, and there is a link that goes directly to the vendors. So it's there. To your point about in a fact sheet, it isn't there, but it is at the bottom. If you go through the tabs, it's right there, I think under technical or something.
Yeah, you can find it.
Yeah, and it's really easy. You don't have to dig far at all. Yeah.
No, and I wanted to say that, yeah, making sure that people know where to find the ones, because even with the creation of the new DO PT, I've had lab people contact me that they never got the word that there was one. So even though they had been certified for years to be able to do a DO, they lost it because they didn't know that it existed. And so again, it's just better education, and I think all of us working together, ELAP working with the labs, ELTAC working with the labs as members, for us to get out and make sure that people know we're moving in the right direction. Let's try to do it without any type of a gotcha attitude, but everybody working together, because that's what's going to make this successful in the long run. So we have to all work together.
This is Rich. I have a comment too.
Okay, go ahead, Rich, and then we'll come back here to Northern California.
There's another side of this, which is ELAP. Their responsibility in this is to learn themselves. I know during our meeting we were having a conversation about WP versus WS, and I was making the point that if I'm doing, some group of organics, I'm sent a bottle that's essentially a standard solution that I'm going to spike into lab water and analyze it. Whether it's a WP sample or a WS sample, the process is exactly the same. ELAP doesn't necessarily know that, so they need to get help from the laboratories in understanding why we feel that, say, WP is fine and WS is fine in lieu of that.
Gail.
Just a question. How does this regulation compare to the T&I requirement for PTs? And which is going to supersede?
Well, you'll stay tuned.
Okay.
You'll hear when we
After
give
lunch,
you
or-
the article on PTs, what we're proposing. Obviously, one frequency for every method, subgroup combination.
Okay.
But we have.
With an opportunity for only a second corrective action, right? Only
Stay
a second
tuned.
time. Yeah. Oh, stay tuned, okay.
All right, Stephen, do you want to say anything besides lunch?
I'm a headache, so I want lunch. Usually my habit is lunchtime, but in the parting comment for me is, I mentioned something earlier, but I'm not quite sure it resonated with you, Christine, because you went back to laboratories not submitting PTs, and they've paid for the cheeseburger, but they haven't provided the cheese or whatever. So I want to make sure that you're clear from my perspective that you have, I would expect unanimous agreement from the ELTAC that if a laboratory has not submitted a PT, they failed in meeting their obligation to be accredited. If a laboratory has failed a PT and not taken a corrective action, they failed to perform the expectations of their accreditation. So I don't think there's any debate among anybody on ELTAC about that subject matter. What we're talking about is putting all that information through a sieve and getting down to, okay, the parties that didn't submit, their problem. The parties that failed to do corrective action, their problem. And then what is that other portion? These kind of regulatory confusion,
issues that that I think the LTAC is kind of just seeking
Yeah,
some future steps,
Well, I
that's all.
think Christina had said, when I asked her, how many labs did this happen to, because we really wanted to understand the issue. I think for the first item that Mr. Kimbrough brought up, the 18 versus 24, there were only 3 labs that this was an issue for.
Labs that are accredited for it,
So
didn't know.
it wasn't a large majority. Now, for the other, there were more. And so we recognized that was a communication issue, but.
And for me, as a private sector businessman, I'm expecting many of the laboratories that might not have met that, a portion of them would have been private sector businesses. You may be talking jobs. And so I just want to make sure that we're taking that perspective.
definitely.
And room to improve that. But I don't think, I'm speaking for David, I'm just speaking for myself. I'm just looking to make those tweaks and adjustments where appropriate. But the process of submitting and passing and a corrective action, that's on the labs.
Yeah, so let me explain what happens if you're in the last part, right? Where you submit an application and we review it for PT. We tell you that you have a semblance of a complete application, and then we review the PTs. If you have the wrong PT or no PT, or if you haven't passed, whatever the case, we send you an email and we ask you, it's a very lengthy email, what would you like to do? You don't have a passing PT, would you like to drop it? Would you like to submit one that is within a year time frame? And you can submit it and we'll accredit you. We wait on the lab's word and we let it sit. And so the onus is then on the lab to respond. Do I want to drop it? Do I want to move my application forward? Do I want to wait and submit and do a quick study? There are all these options that we give them. So really the ball is in the lab's court. And so I do take issue when anyone says that we'll just yank your accreditation. It's up to the lab, their destiny.
So-
If they want to be accredited, we wait.
So
And
David's,
that's what I mean by working with the labs.
so David's comment about a corrective action, in essence, that is your corrective action. You're giving them time
We give them
to go through and purchase a PT, get a PT.
Absolutely.
Great.
And what we do is we emphasize, look, it's expiring in a month, you better hurry up. Do that quick study, do that very specific sample just for that. Maybe the study doesn't end until after your certificate expires. Every case is different, but the PT unit and Chris know that they have to work with labs, and the goal is to get you accredited, but we only can give you accreditation for the method that you pass.
And I would just add, we don't read that 30-day time period that we have to look at an application. I mean, that's basically a cursory review to see if you have, it filled out mostly, you have most of the parts, but we don't have time during that 30-day time period to look at and make sure that you have your appropriate PT and that it's passed. That comes at a later technical review. So that first initial look isn't by a technical person. And so there isn't that time. We don't read our regulation to say that if you submitted a application without a PT and we didn't tell you within 30 days that you automatically get accredited. We don't read the regulation that way.
Well, submitting PTs is actually not part of the application process normally. The PT results are supposed to come directly from the manufacturer, directly to ELAP. And would normally not even be submitting those as part of an application. And we understand that, ELAP is, struggling from a technical perspective, and so we include that. But if you actually read the regs, we're not required to submit PT results as part of the application process.
I disagree.
But it is a condition.
It's in the law and it says to get accreditation, you have to have acceptable PTs. So that's how we interpret
Want to
it.
make a motion, we go to lunch. How about that, Andy?
I'll second that.
All right.
Did I fulfill your expectations today?
You did. Do you think we can make do with a 45-minute lunch to try to stay on
We've been
track?
going across the street, so I hope so.
All right, so we will attempt to reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Let's try to meet down. Is 40
Downstairs.
minutes, 5 minutes ahead of 1? We can come back and
Don't
All right.
worry, buddy, I'm missing my phone.
Yeah.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Anybody
Well,
has
we'll
a
be back
stranger
up here
phone
at
on
1,
their area,
so
I don't know, actually.
5 minutes to 1, caucus downstairs.
Yeah, actually,
I'm gonna call it.
Okay, have a nice lunch, everyone.
Thank you.
Already tried that.
I quick
quickly and come back.
Find it? You find
No,
it?
no.
Want me to call it?
Maria, are you still there?
I was watching,
Not gonna record
I
that.
looked better on TV, I know.
It's gonna take us 15 minutes to get up there.
It's basically again, I think all of us get work in the system.
Right.
There's a nice patio like downstairs there with the lobby that's.
And I'm gonna stay
I'm trying to get into another coffee. I'm happy. Will help.
Exactly.
2 weeks.
This one will be exciting. This next topic. Let me get your seat.
Hold on, because I need to read something real quick. Yeah.
Is it for the outline?
No, for,
No, I don't have that.
you
The,
don't.
the outline's on the desktop, because I figured it might actually be even better to
How we do?
go through the out. Oh. There's that, it's up there with watermarks.
Not thinking or Facebook, and they only have one.
But everyone can see that now.
I know,
They
I
have
know.
to do that anytime, so
I didn't want to do that, Strap, when I do it.
So the draft, the outline is on that desktop, if you want to pull that
No,
out.
man, that's another piece on it.
You can start without me because I forgot.
No,
because
no.
it is enclosed, and, you know, one person gets it, so easy to spread it, so it kind of makes sense that you would do that.
I would be where I go.
I'd love to see everybody in your hoodie top. You know, some meetings you go to and nobody touches on it.
Oh, yeah, that's good. People will want them
So,
to
and so they'll say,
eat. Okay, I'll be right back.
oh, the last day was really rough.
Yeah, if you want it.
Just those two things here?
Yeah, I think those two are really good.
But that was real scary.
People got one better PowerPoint.
We didn't put that, how to comment, how to social
yet.
comments yet. Yeah, because I haven't even got to somebody. I think
I think they got to a good point, yes. They got to a good point.
But they cannot see.
Oh, I was just trying to move it out of the way. I
Did you
didn't
see
want anybody
it?
to trip over one of those.
You want to put it up?
That
wasn't that loud sound, was it?
Finalize?
I don't know where she has it.
Oh, I think she said.
Oh, no, I could run these sound package, but.
Where's my backpack? I made a little metallic.
She said that she wants to send it to graphics, I think.
Yeah, from your computer, it doesn't.
I'll just point it, point it to.
No. I want it. You did the same thing that Regional Water Quality Control Board. Yeah, so I'm glad to see it put into place. And then, like I said, there may be things we learned that worked or didn't work, right?
Yes. For a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah. Ready?
You guys on in Southern California?
Yes, I think so. Yes, we are.
Yes, we're here.
All right, then we will reconvene. I'm gonna put in a personal plea that if we can finish early, I can get an earlier flight.
Connect our camera. They say they
That
will
will make
connect.
me, everybody, that will make me very happy. All right, Mary, it's all yours.
Okay.
You have to.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Miriam Khosravi-Fad, Program Development, Research and Enforcement Unit Supervisor in ELAP. I'm very happy to report that the regulation team has completed drafting regulation text. And because we value ELTAC and laboratories, we will release a preliminary draft for your review and comments before we actually go through the rulemaking process. We want to make sure that the language is clear and concise. So as we go through the slides, I will point out to times that you have opportunities to comment. As always, you are welcome to submit comments at any time, but during this rulemaking process, there are timelines that needs to be followed so that we have plenty of time to consider the comments and incorporate it in the regulation. So
We have made many changes. And to ensure that our administrative processes are efficient and the way we assess laboratories, assess laboratories' capabilities effectively. And we have used our experience over the 2 years that we've been with the program, and we've also used your work, the previous efforts that went into drafting of the 2005 ELTAC regulation, proposed regulation, and also we considered the division of the 2014 Division of Drinking Water draft language. And of course, we consider TNI quality standards as well. A consensus-based standard that was developed and refined over 20 years has been used, and we feel that it achieves what our goals for the program are for assessing laboratories. So all in all, we think that this is a monumental effort from everybody. And I want to thank you in advance, because without that, we were not able to achieve what we have in such short period of time. And we will consider any revision from TNI, and currently they are entertaining revisions to the 2016 draft. And so we have in your packets a copy of the proposed changes, and we encourage you to take the opportunity and comment on this. This is why TNI is a good standard, because it allows continuous feedback, and you can ask the committees for any area that needs change and needs refinement. If it doesn't apply to some methods or it doesn't apply to some laboratories, you can continuously improve the standard. You have a committee that you can go to, and that's why we like it. So here is the timeline for adoption of the regulation. And I want to point out the timelines that it's very critical that you submit your comments. Okay? So after we release the draft, the preliminary draft regulation, which is
Doesn't show up on the screen.
It doesn't show up on the screen.
Just
In July of next week, after the release of the preliminary draft text, you have 30 calendar days to submit your comments. And we will consider your comments for a potential revision in August, early August, I guess, if you can consider next week, and 30 days, it will be around August 11th. 16th? Okay, August 16th. And then from that time period to sometimes in a tentative ELTAC meeting in October, we're going to go through internal management review and also legal review for any of the revisions that we have made and the proposed language. And then you have an opportunity to comment on that during the ELTAC meeting in October. And you can make your recommendation to Christine, support or opposition, that she can present to the board. And we again have some room for editorial changes after that, before we enter the formal rulemaking process in middle of November. Once we go through the formal rulemaking process, by law, we enter a 45-day comment period. And followed by a hearing that is gonna be held at the Water Board, workshop in January of 2018. And, again, we will consider comments and make possible revisions, and go for another board adoption in March of 2018. Yes.
This is Stephen, so just a quick question in regards to the January and March. If my recollection serves me correctly, that's also the timeline process from the last workshop at the State Water Board that was perceived to be the process for adopting a laboratory standard too.
Yes.
So it's overlapping. Okay,
Yes, that's part of board process.
just want to make sure this
Yes.
wasn't on a different cycle, my recollection is.
Yes.
Thank you.
So during the January workshop, there will not be an action taken by the board. They just take comments, like a regular hearing. And then in March, they actually can make a decision and vote to adopt.
I have a question, Miriam.
Yes.
When is the public, okay, let me back up. When you send the prelim text next week, or this week, will that be open to the public or just for the LTAC?
It will be posted on our website.
Okay, thank
It will
you.
be posted on our website, and anyone can comment on it.
So then after the August, potential August 16th, whatever the deadline for those ones, and you rewrite something, when will, you have that at the next LTAC meeting, we'll have time for comment, but will we have those, whatever you've rewritten and revised up to that point, will we have those at some point, say in September, or will we not get them until right at the October meeting, or do we know?
You will not get that. You will
Okay.
not get that until LTAC meeting.
Okay.
It's a tight timeline, that's It's a very
No,
tight
I
timeline.
understand that, that's why I was just double checking. When we get back to the LTAC
Yes.
meeting, though, we should still be focusing any comments and discussion at the LTAC meeting based off of the first round that we're gonna get next week.
Well, you get your packets like regular LTAC meeting, in that you will get it.
So,
But
and the
it's
full
gonna-
thing will be in that
Yes.
okay.
But it's not gonna be like 2-3 weeks that you have time to review it, it's gonna be part of the LTAC.
Yeah, that's perfect, thank you.
Yeah, one more question, Miriam. At what period will ELAP formally respond to the comments submitted? Where is the cut where you actually respond to all the comments that will be submitted to you?
The response to comments are gonna be done as part of the rulemaking.
The rulemaking process, okay.
Process. Yes.
Any questions from Southern California, so we don't ignore you guys?
Before that, can I just quickly jump in? But in the next 30 days is when you have a real good chance to kind of help us get to where we want to get.
Yes. So this is a really good process, because I would like to know what doesn't work right now, so that I have time to consider, flush it out, have as much opportunity to fix it now rather than later. This will expedite our process. Yes.
I'm sorry, I have a cookie in my mouth. One other question, are the regulations going to specifically state 2016 TNI? And if so, then how are we gonna be on a regular basis in the future of updating them for when TNI does change, so that we're not tied into 20-year-old regulations referring to a very old, does that make sense, what I'm asking?
Yes, it makes very total sense. So we would like not to put the time, the version or the time of the TNI, but by law, Office of Administrative Law requires us to have the specific date.
Okay.
Because that's how the laboratory community know what they need to comply with.
Right.
But any changes that will come, we can always update it very quickly.
Okay.
Okay?
Mr.
Yeah.
Stevens, why, I'm not a lawyer, why couldn't you say 2016 or the most current version?
And that's where the catch is, that they feel that the community at some point does not know which version is out there. Although rules have changed, now we have websites. These are old rules that they comply with, and they consider that not everyone may have access to internet. They still go by that.
That makes sense.
Lawyers. Okay.
I mean, we prefer not to have it because we don't want to go through this rulemaking over and over. But we'll try to push as much as we can, but that's not up to us.
We're trying to help you out here.
Yeah,
That's all, I appreciate it.
It's
That's all the
good
state
for
of
you
California,
because
correct?
you know exactly what you're complying with.
Right.
If
Yeah, no, I'm
someone
just
said
thinking
the
long-term
newest-
in
yeah.
the future, so that we don't get so outdated as we are right
Yeah.
now, that we just maybe, you know, and I'm sure ELAP in the future will stay on top of it much
Yeah.
more.
There are provisions for emergency regs, which are just a really quick, like a few months period, and they don't go through any of this whole process. And that's just for general, for specific change, if that were warranted.
Okay.
But that-
It's
but-
probably for, I'm sorry, it's probably for California only, because I've seen some states, regulation that actually have that provision or latest version thereof.
But we would never surprise you with a new version. I mean,
No.
we would expect and hope that California will be at the table to have conversations with the rest of the nation on any new amendments or changes to the standard, whatever version it takes, so that when we want to update the regulations, you would have been part of it and you would have known.
Oh, yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I wasn't at all
Yeah.
fearful on that end. I was to make it easier so that we don't have to go through this whole
Sure.
process again and again and again. That if we can just say the current version and move on. But yeah, no, I understand.
Very good.
Yeah, okay, let's keep moving.
Okay, so we'll have a series of workshops scheduled during that 30-day comment period that we will review the regulation text, answer questions, clarify, and solicit any comment. We have a map that I'm going to show you that shows where the laboratories are located, and you can locate nearest workshop to you to participate. But as always, you can comment through the comment mailbox, ELAP mailbox, and make make any comment that you have.
I have a question. During those workshops, will there be like a live question and answer available? Okay, great. Okay, but I mean, I'm sorry,
I'll call in.
a call-in question and answer.
Only Sacramento location is going to be webcast.
Only Sacramento will be webcast.
But I don't-
Can you call in during that time and ask questions or write in? Will there be a moderator, like who will be able to relay the questions during the meeting?
Yeah, you can do that.
We could do that.
Okay.
So we right now have a regulations page on ELAB website, and on there we're going to have instructions on how you can submit your comments.
Okay.
We are working on a flyer that we're going to post soon. We'll give all the instructions to facilitate your submission of comments.
Okay.
So this is like every other, if you've been participating in other state board workshops, if it's webcast like that, you can send in questions and then you stop for a while so that the team can absorb it, and then they'll come back and say, okay,
Perfect.
we have this group of questions on this, and so we're answering it, and here it is to tell the world. You know?
I think the more that you guys can do that with all of the webcasts and meetings, the better. Because I think people like to get that immediate response. Anyway. And I don't have to come here.
Yeah, there's a hand up back there.
Quick
Will
question.
there
Yes.
also be P&I experts at those workshops, if there's any questions that's related with that, or this is going to be just ELAP?
Just ELAB.
There's separate workshops that will be that we will have 4 in California. That's part of our training contract, and so that's where you can ask all your questions.
David here, when there's an opening, let me know.
Go ahead.
So, in regards to T&I, now the T&I documents through reference become regulation. So there will be presumably an option to comment on the T&I documents as well as the, I guess, 7 articles?
I don't think so. that comments regarding TNI should be directly to TNI. Through the committees, any issues you have, that can go through the committees.
Well, the point is that once they become regulation in California, they have to go through the rulemaking process.
Yes, they will be going through the rulemaking process, but do not have a power of changing any of the requirements that is stated in the TNI. Anything that you have an issue from the technical or management perspective has to go through the TNI process, and the committees, like the one that I just gave you an example, will consider it and work with you, and then if they change, we adopt it.
But if there's a major issue with something that is in TNI that the community as a whole still has an issue with, that didn't make the 2 ELAP revisions, that gets brought up, it could be something that ends up in the long run as another exception, exemption type of thing if the board directs. Is that true or no?
No, because the board decision was very clear that they don't want to change TNI.
It's not changing TNI, it would be a change to California's approach to adopting TNI.
I guess it depends on what it is.
Right, yeah, no, I understand.
I see that it's all open. It's an open book because the board has to adopt. They have to adopt it. We're not making the decisions, they are.
Okay.
So if you have comments, submit them.
Yeah.
So can I do a follow-up question with that, because we open up with, from the ERP report, there were 56 modification, or 56 or 58, 2 of which were the major modification, except, the PT testing and the technical manager position. The other 56, ERP recommend modification, clarification of the language. So where will those modification changes of the narrative will land? Will it be in the regulation as exception? Like, for example, a general language could be, except for the TNI section pertaining to public agencies on vendor selection, hiring and firing is exempted. Is that going to be?
That's outside of these regulations. It will be clarified in a separate type of document.
It's going to be in a separate type of document, not in the regulations.
Not in the regulations.
But we can still submit those in case, let me back up. Civiqua developed some language for those 56 modification, the general language, and then will be supported by TNI clauses or sections pertaining to a title, for example, to a title. We can still submit that, and you can consider that for your adoption for whatever this other document you're going to. Okay, thank you.
Yes. But I just want to be clear that we all went through this process with TNI, and the board has given us their opinion that they would like TNI except for the 2 exceptions. So your comments are completely welcome, but remember, they've already given their opinion, so just be forewarned that they might just say, you had your opportunity. I just want everybody to be clear on that.
So Stephen, I missed the end of the last board workshop. I had to travel. Was there a vote by the board? Were they all identified?
They don't vote at a public workshop.
So
But they gave us direction and said to move forward.
As a consensus group, or just individual board members? I remember hearing individual board members giving opinions, but I don't recall hearing a consensus.
Felicia Marcus said, move forward with your plan. And our plan to the board member was to only make 2 modifications to the standard. And they said, move forward with that plan. So that's what we're doing. So that's why I say, feel free to comment, but just know that they have made their opinion and didn't vote, but they gave us direction on where to go. That's all I'm saying.
Further point of clarification, understood the 2 main issues of revisions to TNI requirements, but there was also discussion about these outstanding other issues, and you had communicated that you felt they could be bundled in a way that would be explanations on how to address them.
In a separate document.
Right, but
Outside
that's
of the
part of the
regulations.
plan, right?
That's part of the plan.
Okay, just want to make
That's
sure,
part of the
okay,
plan.
because I missed the last part of me, and I
Yes,
want to make
that's
sure I
part
didn't
of
miss
the
something
plan.
substantial. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
When are we going to see all of these clarifications that you guys talked about preparing? Hello, this is Miriam from SWRCB.
Yes,
Yeah, no,
yes.
Christine's
I'm thinking,
contemplating.
I know. Okay. So it's not when you see the draft text, it will be
It would be at a later.
before the rulemaking process, because that would be part of the package.
Yes.
All right,
Kate's concerned.
let's
Okay.
Keep moving forward.
No, I mean, we understand that there are issues out there that people are confused about and want clarification, and that's why we're really focusing on developing these trainings for the laboratories, so that some of those things may be clarified through training. I mean, we want to provide the knowledge for everyone, and so we're working on a number of different ways to do that, and that is absolutely a part of our plan.
Yeah, it would be part of the rulemaking file.
It's part of the,
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Miriam, can I brought your position from the May 3rd presentation. And the last bullet item, I would like to know where will it land, and if you guys allow me to read it. This is the position that you brought forward to the board.
Okay.
The fourth one you said, we would like to evaluate if additional modifications are necessary during the trial period and after the 3 strategy implementation assistance, time, tools, training. And then the other bullet item you said, this will allow us to determine which changes are fully necessary and or whether additional changes to TNI are warranted. So
Which
if
is
the board,
which is what Kate just summarized for you, that through the training,
right,
all of these clarification, or all of these modifications that were proposed,
yes,
that the expert panel said were clarifications, may disappear because now everyone understands it.
all right, but if it may disappear, I don't know if there's any miscommunication.
It may not be something that
Concern anyone.
we need
Right, so if
to
it does
clarify.
not disappear and it goes to another document, how are you gonna enforce it if the rulemaking is already done?
Won't be a question anymore.
Oh,
So let's let her go
Okay,
through that,
okay.
and then I think that, Andy, if you want comments, public comments, you should have it
Yeah,
at
so
the end.
Josie, remember, you're actually not part of ELTAC, so
I know, I cannot keep my mouth.
I didn't say that, you did.
That's how I feel, you know, but
There-
at the
there-
same time, I do represent interests as well, I bring forth, you know, and I'm sorry if I'm, you know, providing
Yeah, Mary.
information.
Okay, so here is the outline of major changes. If you notice, we have 7 articles in total right now. We have repealed, we are planning on repealing a number of the articles that are existing in current draft. The Article 1 through 6 is basically, we are building on what we have, the current articles. And then Article 7 is brand new. So in your packets, we provided you an outline of the draft preliminary text. When we developed these presentation, we were just looking at giving a high-level concept, and then we developed that outline that provides additional detail so that you can follow. So if you can go through that. I can pull it up on the screen too. That's easier.
Do I have it on the
Yeah, on the
desktop?
Do you all have one on that one?
Yes. Extra copy with the.
Okay, so we're not gonna go through the definitions. We're gonna go directly to Article 2. And the number 1, general accreditation criteria, we only have one change to that. And we are gonna add the TNI standard as a requirement for accreditation, yes.
Can I make a suggestion? Since this is taking base regulatory narrative and changing it or adding to it, I think it might be more helpful to the community at large if you produced a track changes document.
We will.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
Because
when we
otherwise you
release-
have to try to figure out what is, okay.
This is solely an outline.
For us.
This is
Okay.
just an outline, just for clarity that you can go through it. So next week, when we release the preliminary draft, it's gonna be in track changes.
Understood, thank you.
So you can follow exactly what has changed, okay? So thank you for making that clarification. So under general accreditation criteria, we're just adding a new requirement that has to do with addition of TNI 2016. And also, we are going to not bug you every 2 years for assessment, and we are gonna go to 3 years on-site assessment.
So that's
Every
actually
3 years.
not consistent with TNI.
Yes.
So that's an additional change to TNI.
No, not necessarily. We're adopting the lab standards for TNI. TNI, if you're part of the club, you're
Yes.
required to do an assessment every 2 years. So that's not a modification. Does that?
Here's just.
Yeah, if we're a TNI member accrediting AV, you're required to assess your laboratories every 2 years. We're not part of the club, so we can assess our labs at the frequency that we desire.
And drinking water requirements is every 3 years.
3 years.
I do it for 3 years.
Under application, there are 3 changes. We are removing the reference to the application from the regulation. And we are requiring laboratories for efficiency purposes to make an application complete, to have only 15 days after and a laboratory has to correct an application. So when we receive the applications here and it's incomplete, we contact the laboratories and we say you have, right now 30 days, 90 days to submit your additional information. We're going to reduce that time to 15 days so that we can push the application through the process, and that will increase efficially.
Is that calendar days or business days? Calendar days.
Calendar days, yes.
So I'll really try to control myself and not comment on each thing that pops in my head, but just relating this back to earlier dialogue about organizations, upwards of 100 of them that might maintain additional accreditations. I'd really like to see you on that moving from every 2 years to every 3 years, put minimum of every 3 years, because we need the latitude to keep these things on cycle, to do it every 2 years for the other accreditations too, because otherwise then we're not being able to pair these up and we're having to just have multiple on-site assessments just to be able to check our boxes for the multiple accreditations.
Okay,
So
thank you.
I have a question about this correction of the application thing for 15 days. So if everybody is going to turn in their, let's say July 1st is the due date for everybody to turn in their application. So are you saying that, how long are you going to take to review the applications? So, because I'm thinking, if after July 16th we don't hear anything from you, does that mean that there's nothing wrong with our application? Or, I mean, how long do we wait for you to review the application?
Yeah, there will be a notification as usual. I think there is a 30-day notification still.
No, I'm just wondering, like, when are we going to know if there's something wrong with our application? In 30 days?
That's what they said.
Yeah.
So let's say the due date for everybody is July 1st, and by August 1st, everybody that's certified by California is going to know if there's something wrong with their application?
Yeah, there will be a notification time, but there's still, you have to submit your application before that timeline. we don't, I think it's 30 days, 90 days is still. Yeah,
30.
so, yeah, you will be notified. You will be notified that your application is incomplete, and you have 15 days to submit it. If not, then you will be in an inactive situation.
And
We will not process it.
And one of our goals that's outside of the regulations, but ties back in with our elimination of the actual referenced form, is being able to create a new application that is new and shiny and really easy, user-friendly and easy. And so our goal really is that everyone submits a complete application the very first time.
Yeah.
And it's electronic too. That's what we envision, just like stormwater, reports, you upload it, and so everything is electronic. So we will know if something's missing, and so we will easily be able to review your
even a lot of those
applications.
won't
And the
let you submit if you're
PTs,
missing.
right?
Yeah.
The PTs will all match up from what the PT provider submits, and boom, you're done.
So this is Allison. I have a question about that. So if there's some misunderstanding regarding the PTs, 15 days does not allow the laboratory sufficient time to order a makeup PT to complete the renewal.
Yeah, so Allison, this is just for, that 15 days is just for application completeness. It's not technical review. It doesn't include the technical review of the PTs. That's a different, that would be under a different process.
But will there be a time frame for that also?
Yes.
Thinking in terms of Allison's comment.
Yes, there will be. There will be.
So that needs to be
That's in
defined
the
in the
different
regs.
section for PTs.
Yeah, we haven't got to the PTs yet. Right now, we're just in the application process. We'll get to that, I guess.
Okay.
Well, David down here in Southern California, I'm trying to think of, from your perspective, you're going to get 660 applications all at the same time, and you're going to have, presumably 90 days to review these all. That seems like from an administrative perspective, extremely difficult.
So David, we are working on a database that we will going to use, and all this electronic submission is going to be through that. It will be processed through that. So there is not going to be that much paperwork processing like before. That's why we can accept.
Yeah, and it
On the
is
same day.
doable. You have thousands and thousands. We only have hundreds of labs, and you have thousands and thousands of NPDS facilities and wastewater systems, drinking water systems. It is doable
So,
with the technology.
I'm sorry, I have another question. What is involved in the application process? So you're just saying it's just an online form. What about the QA plan, and also, I know you're going to talk about this later, but the PT results, when are you supposed to submit that? Are you supposed to submit at the same time as your application?
Yes, that's part of the application process. So you submit your quality assurance manual, you submit your PTs, and your scope of accreditation and your fees, and that's an application. That's considered part of an application.
And if anything is missing there, then you have 15 days to
Complete it.
complete it.
Okay, wait a minute. I just heard something different from what you were saying before, because, well, first off, the PTs should be coming directly from the provider, not from the laboratories. But let's assume for a moment the laboratories submit the PTs. Now you're implying that that is part of the application. So if you review it and PTs are missing, and
Why
there's
are
a
PTs
15-day
missing?
But why are PTs
Don't apply
missing?
if you don't have
But
acceptable
for-
PTs and
for-
past PTs, correct?
I don't disagree
So
with
again,
you.
the responsibility needs to shift, right? If you are reapplying and you know that you have to, then, and you know your due date, get your PT done early so that you have time, if it fails, to give us acceptable results.
Right, but just thinking back to this 15 days, if there's a glitch, because glitches happen, you know, you think that the WPPT was what you needed, and all of a sudden there's a provider who now provides a WS for that, but you don't find that out until Chris Ryan comes back and says, wait, you didn't submit a WS. If you have 15 days in there,
No, that's
then there's no.
That's what we
No,
said separate.
that's what we were saying that.
Well, yeah, you were saying that before, but then you said something
Yeah.
different.
I hear what you're saying, Allison, this is Christine, but I really want to emphasize, don't submit an application for a method that you haven't passed and wait for us to detect that it's not acceptable.
And I
And then expect
appreciate
us
that,
to have-
Christine. Yeah, I appreciate what you're saying, but the majority of the people who got sideways with the PTs really thought they were following the ELAP system. And then the hammer got brought down on them, from what my understanding is. And so what I'm pointing out is that if some interpretation has been done incorrectly, the laboratory needs sufficient time to order a makeup PT. We're talking people's livelihoods here. We're not talking, something that isn't important. And so my point is, I can appreciate 90 days was ridiculously long, but why is it not 30 days as it would be if for any other sort of
And that's
situation?
Allison, and this is Jacob, and that's a really good comment. And that's what this whole process is about: is to receive your feedback, provide that justification, let us know where you're coming from the laboratory perspective, and we could take that into consideration.
Well, and so I guess I've just expressed my concerns with that. I do have one.
How many days do you think is sufficient?
Well,
30.
Obviously that, if we're talking from a practical standpoint, it really depends what the difficulty is. But in a worst case situation, such as this, where you need another PT, well, then you need 30 days because you have to order an emergency PT.
But again, this is just to clarify. There's several. In other words, your application requires 5 things, right? The application with all the information about your laboratory, your scope of accreditation, your PTs, your fee, and I may have missed one of them, but and the quality manual. So if you submitted your application and it's missing any one of those 5 things, ELAP will say, hey, your application is incomplete. You have 15 days to add in that piece and return it back to us. The PT review is a separate part. It's a technical review at a later time, not in these 15-day time periods.
But Jacob, that's the opposite of what everyone just said.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is 2 different things, because if the PT is part of the application.
Right, but if you...
I know, if it's part of the application and it's missing for whatever reason, or it's the wrong one, then they only have 15 days to get that to you.
No, but if you don't submit any PTs, you're not getting that part of that part is missing from your application. It's incomplete.
But what if you have to do 5 and 1 is missing?
That's the part that's reviewed later in the technical review.
Yeah, they have.
Well, that needs to be made really clear, because I was hearing 2 different things also.
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier if you think about changing the 15 days to 30 days, then that,
Okay.
sort of
We'll
covers
consider that.
all of the alternatives. Stephen?
Just a recommendation, my expectation, and it wouldn't need to be in the regs, but it's the last bullet under that item, which is when the annual package is due, is that laboratories will be participating in, and maybe I'm wrong for analytical labs, does DMRQA cover all of your PTs?
No.
No.
Okay, but at that time, you'd likely also order other PTs and get them done in one foul swoop. So if you can get your package of when the submittals are due 5 months away or whatever, 3 months away from when the DMRQA is all wrapped up, labs should know when they haven't met their obligations outside of these little regulatory glitch issues.
Exactly.
So if you set your date 3 months after DMRQA, you will hopefully have de minimis applicants that are lacking the submittal of appropriate PT requirements.
That's a very good.
I wouldn't put the date in there though,
No,
because
we
you
will
need
not put a
flexibility,
date.
but be strategic with the selection of the date, because if you put it 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks after DMRQA and labs are, good luck. You'll be in the same situation you're in right now with this issue.
I'll check on that.
David down here, I have a follow-up question on the same issue. Now, I'm looking at the current regulations. Article 3 is the application process. And there are 3 subsections, A, B, C, D, and E, so there's 4. And the PT samples are not currently part of the application process. 1 through 14, so if they're not, it's not part of one of those 14. So currently, there's no requirement to include PT results in the application. Is that going to change? Is that a change you're proposing?
Yes.
Acceptable PTs are required to, for us to grant you accreditation.
I think
It's
that-
in the law.
I think the
Yeah.
question, Christine, is the laboratories need to submit
The PDF.
copies of their PT results at the time of the application, because presumably you were already getting those from the PT providers. I mean, one alternative might be something on the application that just says, do you have an acceptable PT for this parameter that you've applied for? Just an acknowledgement by the laboratory that yes, they've done it, as opposed to asking them to send you a whole bunch of additional paperwork that may be coming from multiple PT providers. Jill?
I had a comment. I think it's also safe to say that given if, you missed one PT and during that 15-day, period, we were told, you're missing this PT. I think it would probably be safe to say that if I wrote back to you and said, I ordered it, it's gonna be here, I'm gonna run it, it's gonna be after that 15-day, that ELAP would take that as, I addressed the issue for my application.
Yeah, right now we're doing that.
Right.
We're putting it on hold and we're waiting for you.
Okay. So if it was just like a one-off,
It would be safe to say that.
it would be safe to say that. If it wasn't like you didn't have any PTs at all, if you were just missing one PT, that ELAP would work with the
Yeah,
lab.
we would work with you. That's our philosophy.
I think that 15 days is just for us to know what your plans are. So we can
Exactly,
plan
what your
our
plans
work.
are.
So we're helping you to help us.
Yes.
Well, is that what the regulation going to say? I mean, it's nice for us to say this in this room, but will the regulation say what you just said?
Maybe it could say reduces the number of days a laboratory has to address issues that are incomplete in a renewal application. Address the issues.
We're gonna have to see the text of the regulations when it's released, like everybody else. And then if members of ELTAC still think there are issues, then that's the comments that individuals provide.
I have a question for process, and I've obviously been part of the communication dialogue here over the last half an hour. This is gonna be released for draft. We're all gonna have an opportunity to comment. We've got a meeting timeline of wrapping this up by 3:45. I think you've been through 2 items. So, I mean, for our own process here, for just a time check, is it better maybe to allow Miriam to go through this and we can doodle down notes and submit our comments to you? Because I don't see us getting through this by 3:45 if we've only been through 2 elements.
I like your approach.
I mean, I'm
From
just,
a personal
I'm guilty, because I've chewed up some of your time already myself.
That would be
But
fine.
I'm just looking at the time
We
and
can go just through that and then.
I would say, let's go through it. If we have time at the end,
come back for comments. Good call.
we can go back. Otherwise, people can just, submit things individually.
Okay, so, third bullet, I think we already covered that, so we're gonna remove the rolling basis for application, and we are just, everyone will submit, at one, annually at the same time. So, moving to management and technical requirements, we have, only 2 modifications. One is the technical manager and the proficiency testing frequency. And then we are giving a 3-year delayed compliance with the T&I requirements upon the adoption, meaning that when the regulation goes into effect, there would be 3 years time for compliance. And we also will give a reduced processing time and priority status for those laboratories that will implement T&I immediately after the adoption.
Can you tell me what that means, please?
What that means is that whoever is going to be implementing T&I immediately is going to get into the front of the line and will receive their accreditation immediately. If they submit their T&I assessment report from a third-party accreditation, submits PT application and fees, they get their accreditation.
What's the benefit?
I know we don't want to go into detail, but this is a really, really, really important question. So let's suppose an auditor shows up and we're not in compliance with provision 5.3.1.1.1a. Does that mean we don't have to comply with that?
That means that you have to comply with the current ELAP standards.
You're enforced by the current ELAP standards, but if you choose to do so and adopt T&I early, before the 3-year requirement, we're going to put you at the top of the list because we have confidence in your lab and we don't have to do review. The agency partners like it. They want as many people to be accredited to the T&I standard. Follow T&I, because you're not going to be officially accredited to that standard. You're not being held to that standard and enforced. So you'll get us out of your hair for the next 3 years if you voluntarily implement T&I.
Can I ask a logistical question? So if everybody has the same due date and everybody's going to be audited every 3 years, does that mean everybody's going to be audited in 2021 and have to be T&I compliant? Is that how it's going to work?
Everyone's not going to be assessed at the same time.
Okay.
The maximum is 3 years that you can go without an assessment. And then everyone is held to the T&I standard 3 years from the date it's adopted. And when I say held, they're enforced to that standard.
This is just an efficiency measure that it would allow us to manage our workload so we can plan on inspections, at a timely manner. That's all. So, field of accreditation, we are repealing those articles 6 and 12, and we'll put it on our ELAB website.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So basically, you can update your regulations anytime you feel like it without going through the normal rulemaking process.
That is part of the rulemaking process. We just, in the regulation, we'll just indicate that where those field of accreditation and methods are going to be placed on our website.
Yeah, but then every time you change the website, you change the rules and regulations.
That's the idea.
Yeah, okay.
That's the idea. It's an efficiency thing. We would like to be able to provide most updated and relevant methods to our, to our laboratories and to our agency partners' need, for their need.
I see that's going to run into the same problem you discussed earlier, that you're simply, writing in pencil, if you will. Like, suppose you want to change the number of FOTs. You want to remove ion chromatography from field of testing 2 and make it its own. Then we have to pay more fees because it's more FOTs, if we're at least following the current program.
Well, it wouldn't be that I don't think it would be that loosely as you're indicating. There's still going to be process if you want to change anything. It's not that we're going to operate underground.
Well, I'm just going off what's written here.
Yeah. Well, I'm
So
sure
are
that
we taking questions throughout this, or are we taking it in the end?
I think we should wait until the end, otherwise we are gonna, keep moving backwards on this.
Yes. So, moving on to the proficiency testing, we want to make the PT requirements as consistent with 2016 TNI standard in terms of, with the exception of the frequency. Because I think it's important that we have a level playing field. We are using same PT providers, so everyone should be treated the same way. We want to require that acceptable PT scores to be part of the application for certification. We are modifying the PT requirements for the toxicity bioassay methods. We would like to incorporate those control charts that we like to review. We want to specifically include it. We want to state that there is a consequence for not passing PTs during an annual and renewal cycle. We want to have a process for reinstatement of any type of suspension we have for those PT methods that did not have passing PTs. And also we want to have the ability to require a demonstration of capability if there is no PT available for a method. We are requiring some timelines for those corrective action reports that happen during our on-site assessments. We are giving 45 days to submit a corrective action report, and also we want a 30 days time for revision of the corrective action if they cannot meet that. We are defining types of accreditation specifically because this is again is a cost accounting, is a customer service issue. We want to be able to address the variation between these type of renewal accreditation and amendment applications accreditation. Specific requirements for each category. We want to list that. We are going to introduce monetary fines for late submittal of renewal application. Again, this is to deter delinquent laboratories from not submitting their application on time and increase our workload. We want, for the interim accreditation, we want to clarify what interim accreditation is. For reciprocity accreditation, we want to make sure we align the dates of the primary AB's accreditation with ELAP's. If a accreditation expires or gets suspended or revoked, that will terminate California accreditation as well. And we are going to define types of laboratories and criteria for each one. We're going to have stationary, auxiliary, and mobile laboratories. And we're also including an additional requirement for auxiliary laboratories that they have to be included as part of the quality manual. They have to, right now they are not. So there are multiple auxiliaries out there, but we don't know that it's part of a laboratory. So it has to be, they have to be following all the QA requirements that the manual requires. And then mobile laboratories are going to be treated independent, and that's going to be in the regs. And then for quality system, again, we're going to incorporate 2016 TNI standard. And we are adding that to the current elements of quality manual. We are specifically including them, the requirements for each. And We're also specifying language for standard operating procedures, what it is, document control, data integrity, and so forth. We are making the laboratory director consistent, in renaming it and making it consistent with the technical manager. What we are retaining the education, existing education and experience qualifications. We are removing the allowance for the lesser qualified lab directors when the director is gone. And then we are also reducing the time that they can serve from 90 days to 35 days. And we are reducing also the number of days that can be extended. If they cannot, if the laboratory cannot find a qualified person to take the director position. And we are also removing the technical requirement for education and experience for the principal analyst, and we are going to be consistent with TNI. For laboratory and equipment, we're just going to incorporate the requirements of TNI, the existing language we have. This section has to do with the state and federal notification requirement. Is specifically for the Division of Drinking Water. So we are including perchlorate and chlorine dioxide to the list, which is right now for just nitrates and total coliform. We are requiring the subcontractor laboratories to also perform the notification instead of going to the primary contractor and then the primary contractor going to the water system and then they report it. We are opening that avenue. We are requiring for submittal of bacterial monitoring report also to the list, and we are adding requirements for electronic reporting for domestic water quality and monitoring, disinfectant residuals and disinfectant byproduct the precursors, and lead and copper. These are just making them consistent with what their needs are. And then what we do include across the board for all laboratories, standardized reporting requirements in accordance with TNI. That was all of our state agency partners need, that they want consistent reporting for all laboratories in terms of the nomenclature, in terms of preservation time, and whatnot. QA, QC requirement, whatever TNI requires, they want that. This sale or transfer of ownership, we would like to sort of shift the responsibility of accreditation to the new lab owners versus the old owners. And we want to extend the notification times from 15 days to 30 days. We want to allow the new owner to use the accreditation of the original accredited lab and under the condition that they are going to maintain the records of the original owner for the past 5 years. This kind of defines the liability so that the new owner does not have to be responsible for the deficiencies and violations of the previous owner. Also, we don't want to do an on-site assessment on all the transfers and sale of ownership. We want it to be at our discretion. And if it's necessary, we will conduct a site visit or require PT use if there are no changes in a laboratory's operation. Right now, our regulation says that we have to do that for every sale or transfer. And we just want to be flexible. So this article is brand new. We want to put specifically language for reasons for denial, suspension, or revocation so that the laboratories are aware of what type of violations constitute any of those actions. And this is currently not in our regulation, and we want to exactly say what we constitute a violation that requires suspension or revocation.
It's not there. How is the top one removing a reference if it's brand new? I'm sorry, I asked a question.
Remove the reference, like on their website or on any of their promotional materials to be
that's
accredited.
That kind, okay. Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, I can see that.
That particular one, it's a allowing an ability or a measure for data users to know and be aware of if a laboratory's accreditation gets revoked, what do they need to do? And so the laboratory has to obviously stop advertising for a field of testing they're no longer accredited. They have to return their certificate. These two requirements are currently in our law. They're in the statute, the top three. And they have to cease all testing for regulatory purposes. But the last three are new, that they have to notify their clients, and then they also have to provide a list of regulatory clients that are affected. The data users are receiving data from these laboratories. They need to know that they have to review the data closely. They have to make sure that the QA, QC of the data is acceptable before they can use the data for decision making. And also they have to discontinue subcontracting agreements after 7 days with another laboratory. Okay, that's
All right.
it.
We went through it fast, so now there is plenty of room for you.
I'd like to propose a Q&A process here, and that is that we go article by article.
Okay.
And so people that have questions, I think we already finished Article 2 if I'm right, but move through that process instead of going all over the place.
Yeah, this is Allison. Can I also propose that there's a time limit?
Thank you,
So that we
Allison.
can
That
get
would be
through all of
my-
them?
Yeah.
So do you want Article
What-
2 or Article
What do you say, we start with a 10-minute limit on each one, we go through, and if there's still questions, we can come back.
Okay. So you want to go through our types of accreditation, Article 3.
Okay, any questions? Mindy?
I just had a question on where an amendment accreditation for change of key personnel. So if we have staff changes, do we have to file, we just have to
No,
notify
that's-
you, or do we have to
It would
find
be
it?
for technical manager and quality manager.
Is there a fee for that, or we just have to notify you and submit the proper paperwork to say these are now our staff?
They're still working on the fee structure.
Okay, so that's.
That will be addressed during. We just are including all these tasks that we have to do, and it's for cost accounting purposes. We want to know how it's going to affect our resources.
I thought these were already in the regs.
Yeah, it's specifically defining them so that for what Miriam just said.
Okay.
All right, Stephen?
Yeah, later down this section, I believe you had identified timelines for corrective actions.
That's on a later article.
Why did I flag that on Article 2? My apologies.
We're on Article 3.
Mrs. Gale had a question about, can you clarify what an auxiliary laboratory is? Is that on the same campus, a separate, what exactly is an auxiliary lab?
So currently, the way auxiliary labs are defined is that they work under a stationary lab, and they have to meet 5 requirements in order to be and operate as an auxiliary. They have to have same lab director. They have to have at least one field of testing in common with the stationary lab, and they have to be used geographically near the lab so it doesn't affect the preservation time or sample transfer, sample quality. And then only 4?
No,
And
number 4 is the one we listed.
yeah, and then they have to receive sample from and report raw analytical data to the laboratory to which they are stationary, so that they cannot report their own reporting. So they have to meet all these 5. So that's what we are keeping. I think we are keeping the same definitions.
Just adding that, you have to be in the quality manual.
Yeah, and they just have to be in the quality manual. The only change is that it has to be included in the stationary lab quality manual.
Okay, Stephen and Anthony, and then Southern California, just in case before we run out of time.
Just like to ask that you go back to Article 2 after we finish Article 3, because the corrective action question I had was Article 2.
Okay.
Anthony.
The question on the auxiliary laboratory, they have to do a proficiency as well? Or does the stationary laboratory order proficiency and rotate the proficiency between the stationary and auxiliary?
They have to be conducting the PT as well.
Separate from?
Separate. Because when they have one FOT and they have methods that they are analyzing, the analyst that is working in that laboratory has to demonstrate capability. So they have to do their own PTs.
Okay, anybody from Southern California on Article 3?
I just have a question about the auxiliary lab again definition. So if a lab is not geographically near the main lab, but they are able to sample things within the regulatory hold time and then report that data to the main lab, are they still classified as an auxiliary lab, or do they have to actually be close to the main lab?
We are not defining any boundaries for that, so they can be. Again, that depends on the field of testing that they are they're doing. You know, the methods and the field of testing that it's the laboratory is operating on there.
And the second question I have about auxiliary labs is that going to be like just class? I mean, are we going to say that, let's say you have an auxiliary lab, do you have to pay for your main lab and then your auxiliary lab? Are they going to be the same fee?
Again, that is going to be part of the fee discussion. Yes. The fee group will address that, because again, that we are separating all these for the cost accounting purposes.
How has ELAB been auditing auxiliary labs in the past? Like the assessment, the on-site assessment?
Well, right now, go ahead.
It's like bundled with the main lab.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you would go to both sites?
Yeah, but it is 2 assessments.
Right.
So
the fees fully
Yes.
vested. Great.
So this is going to help us to recoup our cost. Yes.
So just to clarify on auxiliary labs, because we've got several, and they have previously been treated as completely separate
Laboratories.
So it sounds like this could potentially save us money on those auxiliary labs.
Depends upon the fee
Depends
committee.
on the fee committee.
Which I'm part of. But what we don't know on the fee committee is how many of those auxiliary labs there are out there. And that's not something that I think your database currently even captures. So it's nice to say that, you know, this is gonna have some fee implications and the fee work group will address it. But I think when the fee work group addresses it, we'll be addressing it in a little bit of a vacuum because we won't know what the actual impact is.
Well, I think you did define it as geographic area, which suggests it's a campus, right? And I think, I talked with somebody at ELAP, they actually gave a distance like within 500 yards of each other. Because it's not gonna apply
That
anymore.
might have been a previous definition of it, but the current regs just say located such that transport of samples does not affect the quality of the analytical results, no geographic limiter.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions on Article 3 from Southern California?
Hi, this is Lily Sanchez. I have a question. Can you clarify?
Lily, you're actually not part of ELTAC, so we'll take your questions at the very end if we have time.
Okay,
Sorry to do that to you,
okay.
but I did it to Josie.
And I have been very quiet.
All right, anybody on ELTAC in Southern California? All right, we're done with Article 3. We can go back to Article 2. Stephen?
So I had two questions. One is to Christine on the Article 2, Section 3, Management and Technical Requirements, the 3-year delayed implementation. I believe at the last State Water Board workshop, you had discussed a 5-year implementation.
6 years.
6. So we've gone from 6 to, there was discussion about that. And again, I had to depart. So how did we get from 6 to putting in the regs 3? Just some context.
The board members expressed concerns that the standard would be too long to be implemented in California. So the program and the division decided on 3 years.
And you feel confident that you'll be able to achieve that?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you. And then the second item was on the corrective action implementation. You're establishing timelines for the corrective actions presumably for the laboratory to respond to an on-site assessment. I'd like to be sure that the regs also include a timeline for ELAP to respond to the corrective action, if it's been sufficient or not. Because we've, in the past, we had lack of responses from audit-related elements from ELAP, and we also underwent an EPA audit, and they didn't even follow, this is years ago, they didn't even follow their audit requirements in terms of responses, the response structure they had built in 30-30-30. So I think it's important, if you're going to establish, which is reasonable and appropriate, a timeline for the labs, that you should also put in there a commitment on your timeline to respond back, that whether it was sufficient or not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other Northern California? Anthony?
Yeah. On to the section 5, the proficiency testing, the last bullet point. Add requirements for alternative demonstration capabilities. If there's no, I think it should say commercial PT available. I'm reading this the way I see CLIA regulations that specify laboratories must buy commercial PTs for their analytes, but if there's no commercial PT available, then they can have, then they have to demonstrate an alternative on their own. And then it goes on to specify what those alternatives must, well, what are the elements of the alternative? In other words, range, upper, lower limits, things like that. Will that be specified or fleshed out in number 5?
That's something we're still examining, and I think we'll be looking for input from the laboratories during the workshops and the comment period.
Okay. All right, any other Northern California questions on Article 2? Okay, Southern California, any questions on Article 2 that we didn't get into previously before we changed the policy?
I'm sorry, I just have one more question about the auxiliary labs. You said that they have to have the same lab director. Now, is that, do you mean technical director, or is it the same definition that we have right now of lab director?
That would be technical manager.
Technical manager.
Okay, thank you.
So this is Hui from LHCSD. I just have a quick question on the same item that Anthony just mentioned. So when there's no PT available, the requirement is for the laboratory to perform some sort of an alternative demonstration of capability, And as you mentioned, there's no definition as to what is an alternative demonstration of capability. So if we're going to be adding this, then we should have that added somewhere. So I think you kind of mentioned that there's going to be hatched out during some sort of a rulemaking process. But anyhow, my question is this going to have to be done every year? I mean, every new renewal cycle, or this is a one-time thing?
No, it would be the same as any other PT. It would be something that we will be able to monitor a laboratory's performance and continued capability.
I see.
So it would be like just like bioassay. We require control charts, for example. We may just ask to have the QA/QC available for review, something like that.
I see. So it would be something that needs to be submitted together with the application.
No, not necessarily. It could be that we may review it initially, and then it would be available for us when we go on site and check it.
I see. Thank you.
But Hugh, you should submit a comment to us on what you think is an alternative demonstration of capability.
Right.
So that yeah.
I mean, I know, we talk about initial demonstration of capability, which is something.
Alternative.
Right, which is something that, you guys mentioned in Article 5, which is the language that you're going to be adding to Article 5 about demonstration of capability. But here we're talking about alternative demonstration of capability. So I was kind of confused as to what is the difference between initial demonstration of capability versus an alternative demonstration of capability.
Yeah, we just want to have the ability to monitor laboratories.
Is this in regards to like the wet chemistry tests the wet test and the TCLP and all those kinds of testing? Is that what this is regarding?
No, those are for California-specific analytes.
I would think it would cover things like harmful algal blooms or CECs or pharmaceuticals that there's nothing in the federal regs yet, but yet California, a regional board might put it into a permit for somebody.
Nor a PT,
Nor
an available PT from the commercial
Yes.
provider. There's none available, but a laboratory can do an alternative demonstration of a capability by saying, our laboratory will perform duplicate analysis tests and will track it.
You're speaking again.
I don't know. I can't help it. Okay.
I'm bringing duct tape to the next meeting.
That's the difference between IDOC and alternative.
Yes. Thank you, Josie. That was good.
All right, any other questions from Southern California? All right, moving on to Article 4. I'm sorry, Article 4. Any questions on that?
I thought we already did that.
We already did it.
Yeah.
On Article 4?
Yeah,
The types of laboratories.
Yeah, we went through Article 3, we then went back to Article 2, so now we're back to Article 4. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. This is Allison. I just have a question. Now I recognize by definition a mobile laboratory is not an auxiliary laboratory, but if you're going to classify mobile laboratories as an independent entity, then wouldn't that suggest that auxiliary laboratories are also an independent entity?
Yeah, if they don't meet the requirements. You see, the difference between mobile laboratory is that each mobile laboratory has a designated director, technical manager, I would say, and then they report directly for each of the mobile laboratories, because their equipment and everything is tracked, and it's tracked with that certificate.
But typically, that's the same laboratory director for all of the mobile laboratories operated by, say we're talking about, I don't want to speak for them because I don't know them that well, but what about somebody like Jones? they operate a series of mobile laboratories, are you saying that every one of those mobile labs has to have its own technical director?
Yeah, it has to do with the way they do the sampling independently. Auxiliary laboratory receives samples from a stationary lab. There is some
Wait.
differences.
I don't think that.
If you think about that, my example, an auxiliary lab is receiving the samples directly from the field, not from the stationary lab. They're then analyzing, reporting to the stationary lab who reports
Yes.
it out. So if a mobile lab happens to work that same way and does not report directly to the client, which presumably 90% of the time they would do, then I could see a mobile lab under some circumstances might be classified as an auxiliary lab if the way their process was set up was that they did the samples, did the analysis, but then they always fed it back through the primary lab.
And I think you hit the point, always fed it back.
Right, so if somebody who currently has a mobile lab and a stationary lab decides to do it that way, then their mobile lab could turn into an auxiliary lab instead. So you just may want to think about that a
Yeah.
lot in terms of how you write it.
Thank you. We
Yeah.
will.
All right, anything else on Article 4? We're running ahead of schedule. Article 5, quality systems.
This is Stephen. If I recall properly, the T&I standard actually has language for SOPs, DOCs, data integrity, et cetera. So why are you opting for select components of the T&I standard to add more specific narrative rather than just referencing the T&I standard?
We just thought that it's more clear this way.
What it would appear to be to me, just I don't write regs, but just outside looking in, is that the other elements of the standard are not being addressed for a particular reason.
I
And
think
so
the way that you're reading this is, I asked you the same question, and it adds language. So in the current text, it adds language about these documents
but if
by
you're-
incorporating TNI.
You're saying TNI adds this language that our current regs do not have. So we are still going off of TNI. They're
We
not
are still
adding
going off of
additional
TNI. We're not
stuff
adding
to
it.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
Does
your
that make sense?
regulations are not gonna have addition to say,
No,
reference the 2016 TNI standard and then give a bunch of narrative about SOPs. By default, TNI addresses
Yes,
SOPs.
it adds.
Okay,
to
so
this
there,
Because the current regs talks about these things, but when we bring in TNI, it's gonna add additional. That's how you explained it to me.
Right. And it's
I think it's the outline and how you're interpreting the outline.
Okay.
But we're also examining that. Do we need to bring in the narrative from TNI into the regs, or is it enough to just incorporate it like that?
my personal perspective is you should avoid that at all costs because you're choosing in one circumstance to do that and another to not. And then it brings up questions about the other elements, whether or not you have to follow a particular narrative in TNI. If, it's, so just my recommendation to
And that's
consider.
what we're looking for, is to
Yeah.
provide the best clarification and make it as easier to understand for the laboratories. And so it's something that we're thinking about.
This is Allison, just
Wait,
one,
we're still on Northern California, Allison.
sorry.
Mindy.
This is Mindy. So I just have a question on 5.2 with laboratory personnel. Where you have on here retains existing education and experience qualifications, will that include, all the current provisions in Article 9 that talk about, personnel as far as the CWEA, certificates in counting and all that? So all of that will be just included, the entire thing, into the new regs?
Yes.
Okay.
And so there's some times where, this specific example where we're not using there's an exemption to TNI, so we have to really call it out in the regs here.
No, perfect. I just want to make sure that everything that was in the current part on that one was going to be brought into the new one.
The current one is a little bit outdated though too. Am I correct? Like it
Yeah.
names an agent or
I
a
think
association that doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, it has the
and now-
old
yeah.
CWEA.
We
updated.
Yeah, CWEA or AWWA
Right.
versus,
So it will change, but only in that.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Okay, anything else from Northern California? All right, Allison, you're up.
Okay, going back to the language regarding standard operating procedures, document control, et cetera, I think that the caution there needs to be if TNI language is updated in the future, that the California regulations are not written such that there's a major change that's required to the language that you've incorporated for clarification. That would be my only comment on that. Then my second question is, if you remove, I just want some clarification. When you remove the allowance for a person with lesser qualifications to temporarily serve in the technical manager's absence, are you not, what happens to small laboratories, small 3 or 4 person laboratories? Does that mean that the technical manager can now no longer take a vacation?
I'm just gonna have to say, I brought this up at a previous meeting, and it was, the perspective was, don't worry about it. People can wear different hats, and it made 0 sense to me that you can have an analyst become the technical director while someone was on vacation without training and or oversight. So, I had to say that, sorry.
No, I'm not suggesting that they don't have some training, but when you say lesser qualifications, that it might mean simply years of experience.
Yeah, so they can, the lab director can go be off without, can be on vacation for 15 days, but then a less qualified person may substitute as long as there is
No less qualified.
no less qualified.
Yeah.
Jacob, you explain this
Yeah,
better.
just it's really aligning a little bit with TNI. I think they say that you have, if a laboratory, if a technical manager is absent for 15 consecutive days, then someone who meets the same qualifications of the not the same qualifications, but the qualifications that are in the regulations would have to act in their place.
Right, I think your term lesser here doesn't refer to the qualifications relative to the technical manager. It refers to the qualifications required by TNI.
Well, it wouldn't be the requirements of TNI because those are exempt, so it would be requirements of the California regulations.
Right, but you're talking about the qualifications for the person in that, for the position, not for the person.
The temporary technical manager.
Right, anything else on Southern California? And then we've got.
I'm sorry, I was listening seriously, but I'm pretty fuzzy on this whole thing, adds language for. I mean, what, do we have any sample language that's being added?
You'll see it when we release the text.
Yeah, remember, David, this is all just an outline of what.
Yeah, it makes it really hard to provide any sort of meaningful comments when it's just, an outline. The last one in particular says analytical methods lacking quality control procedures. What about it? I mean, yeah, they exist, there's no doubt about it.
Which one are we talking about?
TNI better defines it than what any current regulations does. So that's what it's saying, is that TNI adds language that talks about analytical methods and what additional QC you have to do when you don't do what's overrode or what's already in a method. So that's what that was.
I thought this says that the regulations are going to add language.
No, that's what we said earlier, was that, no,
Okay,
this
I
was
get-
just an outline that TNI better defines language for
So
these
you weren't
things.
actually listening, David.
Well,
It's just confusing, I understand.
I was trying.
Southern California thing, I didn't hear it either.
I want to go back to that laboratory personnel requirement for the lesser qualified temporary technical manager, we have seen that there are laboratories out there that the technical manager is gone, the lab director is gone for 6 months out of the year, and the laboratory is not supervised well. We want to make sure that whoever is on vacation, somebody is covering up for them, and they're qualified to manage the laboratory. 6 months right now under the current language is way too long for a laboratory to operate without a qualified lab manager. So that's why we're shortening the time.
I understand that aspect of it. The thing about reducing the time on the temporary technical manager is that when you have somebody who, like in a lot of municipalities especially, I know it's a little bit easier in private labs, but when you have somebody who leaves employment and you will name somebody a temporary technical manager, as you go through the hiring process of coming up who's going to be the next permanent one, that process can take, I mean, especially in a lot of these cities during, the economy, that can take a year to get a new employee in there. So I understand that the temporary part in there where it's, well, we can say this, we're always going to have a qualified person, but that might not be the full-time one. So what basically it's going to be a lot more paperwork for you guys just to know that you're going to get, okay, this is now our technical manager, but in 9 months or 6 months or whenever it happens that we get a new person, it's probably going to switch over to this person. And so just so you know, the timeframes on that will probably end up with a lot more notification process just because it takes a lot longer for places to hire a new permanent one. And for us in the industry to put somebody as a permanent one listed on their job descriptions, it's working out of class, and there's a lot of other issues for municipalities that it's going to cause issues with. So just so that gets put out there.
All right,
Thank you.
we've exceeded our
That's-
10 minutes for this one, but it sounds like there's still some significant issues, and I think we're doing fine time-wise. I'm going to propose we allow another 10 minutes for Article 6. I'm sorry, Article 5, just to finish off questions. So, Anthony.
Mainly, this is not a question, but a recommendation that you look at the personnel, these items that we're talking about in the personnel, the technical manager and the allowed time for someone to serve as a temporary technical manager. Because California has some similar regulations for clinical laboratories. And what California has done is painted themselves into a corner down the road with having some kind of similar regulations in this. So I would advise that you look at, I understand the intention of not having, of trying to have a situation where you don't have sort of what do they call, a technical manager in absentia. You have it in name, but not physically there. But at the same time, we've just seen in laboratories across the state, because of certain California regulations, with similar intent, painted themselves in the corner and painted the labs in a corner. Because if you go back and listen to what, pardon, yeah?
Maternity leave. I mean, if somebody is off, you're having to change back and forth. I mean,
State law requires a much longer
FMLA,
maternity leave
yeah.
than used to be required too.
these
Yeah,
are,
good point.
yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things like this that'll come
Yeah,
up.
and I think we want to find a solution, but we have a specific enforcement case where someone was gone on maternity leave in charge of a drinking water system. And then when we assessed the lab, they did not know how to run the microbiological tests. And so water that was contaminated with coal was being delivered. So that's a concern, and Bruce doesn't want that
No,
for us
I
to have an
understand
occurrence. So let's find out a solution. I think we can definitely find one, but that's why we want to make sure it's tight.
Yeah, and I think you really need to look at that solution very closely. And you might want to consult with your colleagues on the clinical side.
Sure.
And see what kind of situations they've gotten themselves into. Because there are a variety of things that can happen.
Yeah.
this
I
situation.
think this is also a case where when you do the workshops, you might give some of the examples of, you know, what came up and why you're looking for it, so people can put it in context and try to come up with recommendations that are helpful, as opposed to our saying, you know, gee, maternity leave is not consistent with this, etc. All right, anything more from Southern California on Article 5?
This is Miriam from MWD. I just have a suggestion where you say record retention. Can you please maybe be very specific about, you know, the regulatory requirements for record retention for each type of maybe FOC or type of record?
Is that 6?
Like, could you like summarize that there in ELAP regulations?
Yeah, because there are, this is David here, there are actually regulations in place for drinking water systems that require records retention, which would have to be consistent with this regulation here.
I believe TNI requires 5 years, but some programs may require longer. So just referencing TNI
I
would be a
think for
problem.
drinking water is 10 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So this is just the 5 years, this 5 years, I think it came from, where did we get the?
TNI.
From
TNI.
TNI.
Jill?
No.
Okay. All right, anything else from Southern California? All right, moving on then to Article 6. Stephen?
So I haven't been involved in the sale or transfer of ownership of a laboratory, but for the similar concerns that were expressed about a party that's a technical director not being around and analyses going foul, the extension of the communication that the laboratory has sold or transferred ownership from 15 to 30 days, you can have 30 days of crap data being generated because of potential turnover and new employees being forced into a situation. So I'd be very concerned about, well, let me just back it up instead of giving you my opinion. What was your justification for that extension?
Well, the law says up to 30 days, and the previous regulations had put in 15. And so we're just making it back consistent with the law.
Well, the regs become the law. So is this in some law somewhere that?
No, the
Statute, yeah.
The
Regs implement.
ELAP statute.
Wow. That seems to me to be opening up for problems, but if the law requires it, the law requires it.
Going back to item 1, you said it allows subcontractor laboratories to perform notification. That sort of leaves it pretty vague and has the potential that you're going to get subcontractor labs and primary labs pointing fingers at each other when somebody didn't do the notification. For most other regulatory programs that we're in, it's whoever actually performed the work does the notification.
The intent is that those types of agreements would be made in the subcontracting.
I just
During
suggest
the
there would be,
subcontracting, if the subcontractor lab says, okay, will you do the notification, and I had it in the subcontract agreement, that allows for the subcontractor to do that.
This
The
is
subcontractor laboratory.
this came out of an issue we had with a couple of labs that did not do their notification. Because the primary contractor was not accredited for that field of testing. They subcontracted with another lab, and then the other lab was not able to report to the water system because they didn't know where the water system, who were they running the analysis
that
for.
happens a lot in subcontracting relationships, that the primary lab doesn't want to give the subcontractor lab enough information to do that.
Yeah.
But if your interest is in protecting public health and ensuring that notification occurs promptly, I would recommend you consider at least saying the performing lab, whether that be the
Okay.
primary lab or
That's
the
a good idea.
subcontractor lab, do the notification and, maybe somehow put in there that, the primary lab must provide the subcontractor lab with enough information to do the notification. And that way, there's actually a burden on both parties.
The intent was just to allow that type of thing to happen for protection of
allowing
public health.
it without requiring it one way or another, I think
You just created another potential problem. You're trying to fix one problem and you create the possibility of another in that scenario. Yeah, I get what you were getting at, but just.
And I do recognize how difficult it is to get information from primary labs, because we go through that with the UCMR program, where we do a lot of work for other labs, and we've gotten to the stage that the moment they send samples in, we say, okay, we need the PWS ID, we need X, Y, and Z for us to report it. Other questions on Article
Well,
6?
David down here in Southern California. So Andy, I think you were recommending that this article specify that the performing lab be the one that reports the results to the regulatory agency. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
Well, to perform any notification.
notification.
Right, notification, yes, yes. Now, is that consistent with the T&I?
TNI, it says that the performing lab could be allowed to do the notification.
In which case, yes, it's consistent.
And they have, and again, the subcontracting requirements in TNI would say that the two labs discussed beforehand what are the agreements and that they would be in writing.
Right.
Right.
So this is Allison. So my interpretation from the TNI is that in order for any subcontracting to occur, there has to already be in place an agreement as to who is going to take responsibility for notifying the client.
Right.
So that the primary laboratory doing the subcontracting could retain that, but then require the subcontracting lab to notify them in the same time frame.
But still, that's different from what Andy was saying.
No, I understand. I'm just
Okay.
thinking that in terms of T&I language, the subcontracting agreement
Right.
should clearly define whose responsibilities are whose.
Yes.
Is that your interpretation up
That-
there?
Yes, that was my interpretation, and this is just, so it's just saying that's allowed.
Okay, thank you. I do have one more question if we're done with that topic.
Go ahead.
Okay, my question is regarding the bacterial monitoring report. I'm a little fuzzy on what we're talking about. Is that's not the bacterial results report that the laboratory produces in the case of a commercial laboratory, is it?
Actually, this language came in from the Division of Drinking Water draft language. I will check into to get clarification for that.
It is the result.
It is a
I mean,
result.
our law requires that the results be submitted directly by the laboratory to us.
What about a bacterial monitoring report?
I mean, the results of the bacteria samples? Yeah, it has to be reported directly to us, depending on the size and the number of samples they have to take. If it's over a certain number of samples, they only have to submit all the positives plus a summary, but it has to be submitted.
Well, so are we talking Safe Drinking Water Act here or Clean Water Act?
Safe Drinking Water Act, drinking water.
Okay, well, then they should definitely say that.
Well, and to that point, typically, that also is defined in the agreement between the agency and the subcontracting or the contracting laboratory if the agency isn't operating their own laboratory. So I'm a little unclear on what this bacterial monitoring report is. It sounds to me like something that an agency typically submit?
I think
Well,
it's
Sounds
the
like a
wording.
monitoring schedule.
It's the wording of how that's on there that's making it confusing. It's-
Yeah, usually the labs don't, like for example, total coliform rule, the agency that submits the monthly report summarizing the data from the laboratory, whether the laboratories don't report that directly to the state.
Right, no other agencies.
Right, what the laboratories report is the bacteriological laboratory report. That goes oftentimes to the agency and to the department, whichever Office of Drinking Water.
It's just the way that it's
We'll,
worded.
we'll
It's-
we'll look
yeah.
into it some more.
Yeah, we'll look into it.
Okay. Anything else on Article 6?
Well, I just want to say I support Andy's reading or proposed changes. I think that's a better way to word things, but it is not consistent with TNI.
Well, it would still be consistent with TNI, it's just narrowing it.
Okay.
Because TNI does not disallow that. TNI just says if you're gonna do it, you need to define it.
Right, and then you're saying this is how it's going to be defined for everybody.
That would be my recommendation.
I agree with it.
There may be others who don't. All right, anything else from Southern California on Article 6?
I have a comment, not on Article 6, but just on the CNI changes for chemical testing. So when are we going to know when those are going to take effect, or are they going to take effect?
So it's in a comment period right now, and when it is integrated into the new standard, they'll revise it, and we will propose to adopt that into our regulation.
I mean, it should be voted on at the August meeting.
So I suggest you all, the comment period is still open.
Yeah.
Comment, so you can get your ideas and your thoughts into the process. But just to remind you, this is why the agency partners wanted this standard, because it evolves over time, it improves through this consensus-based decision-making, and so it's working as they envisioned and what they wanted.
Okay, moving to Article 7. Stephen?
Just a quick clarification on the last bullet point. I believe I know what you intended to say. Discontinue subcontracting agreement with accredited laboratories after 7 days. So my operating assumption is what you mean is if a laboratory that is doing work has been denied, been under suspension, or had their accreditation revoked, they have to discontinue contracts to receive work for that analysis. It's not the opposite, such that if a laboratory is subcontracting out work, that they've lost an accreditation for E. coli, they're still permitted to subcontract that work to another laboratory.
This one is related to revoked laboratories.
So for
Full revocation.
Okay, because I saw denial, suspension. So we're not talking about losing a particular FOT.
Right.
No.
Okay.
This is
Got it.
entire
Got
accreditation
it.
revoked.
Got it.
Okay, good.
Those are the really bad apples.
Because I had some questions that came to the same extent.
Yeah, if a laboratory loses a method or an FOT, they can subcontract out.
Yeah, we'll have subcontract, get back up and running hopefully, and
Yes.
that's good for everybody. Okay, good.
All right, anything from Southern California on Article
Yeah,
7?
I would just like to know I mean, because it's very vague, and I know this is just an outline, but what kinds of things would a lab lose their accreditation for? Is it failing to have a corrective action for a deficiency found during a site visit, or what happens when that happens?
Well, if that particular thing happens when we do an on-site assessment for your lab and you said you were going to correct it and you didn't, and we come back and see that you didn't, we would take action.
But it'd be
Right.
progressive, right? I mean,
Mhm.
that's the whole intent. I mean,
Well, and presumably that would be something where
If
you
it's a
might not
thermometer.
you might revoke accreditation for that
Right, that's what-
particular
yeah.
field of
Yes. Right.
accreditation, whereas this is all for completely
Yes.
yanking the
Yes.
lab certification. So the classic example would be you found fraud.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Altering data. Not
Repeatedly
having,
not paying fees or doing your PTs for anything,
Yes.
or, yeah.
the baseline operation is not acceptable. Those type of things.
And the new statute too has laid out more of a process where if there's something that, a reason to suspend that's not gonna threaten public health, there would be a notice and then a hearing. If there's something that's threatening public health, fraud, there would be actually a revocation first and then an opportunity to request a hearing. So the new legislation has a lot of due process that wasn't kind of laid out before. And so the regulations are trying to marry that too.
So what's the thought of when the public is notified that a laboratory certification is revoked? Is that after all of the process for review and is completed, or is it at the time you issued the initial suspension? Or how
after
do you?
due process.
Okay.
All right. Anything else from Southern California on Article 7?
Yeah, just real quick, oh, sorry. Just real quick. Now, I understand that this is new. Now, there's stuff already in statute, 100, 905. So what's this doing that's, I know you sort of mentioned this, but if you could clarify a little more. What's this doing that's not already in statute?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again?
All right, I'm okay. So it says establishes criteria for denial, suspension, revocation. And then in Article 3, Section 100-905 in the Health and Safety Code statute, it has a whole section there on revocation, suspension and revocation of certificates. So there's already, looks like A, B, C, D, four bases for suspension and revocation. So are you adding something new to that, or addition to that, or?
We're just adding details to that.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Mindy?
I have a comment that's not on Article 7, but it's just a general question or comment.
I think
Are we okay
we
with
can
that?
now take general stuff.
Okay, I just, like, when we're first introducing that, okay, our new regulations are going to be tied to 2016 TNI, will there be any general overall statement that says unless federal regulations, or something that says that federal regulations, though, supersede any requirements in TNI? I mean, because there's parts of TNI that we know that if we're following a certain method, the QC in that method supersedes what TNI says to do and that kind of stuff. So will there be any blanket
That's not
statement
true.
like that, or?
No, because as I mentioned in my presentation, California can't enforce federal regulations. So anything that's in federal regulation doesn't mean anything in this situation.
Our regulations have a lot of places where they require use of federal standards.
Yeah, but those are California regulations.
Right.
You require the use of federal regulations. They're not, you can't directly enforce federal regulations.
You know, it's just like revised total coliform rule, we haven't adopted it yet.
Right.
We're not enforcing it until we adopt it.
Right.
But we do have sections in our regulations where we point to 40 CFR 141.
Yeah, but
and
they're in our
require use.
regulations. I mean, yeah, unless it's in our regulation, and we, as I understand it, it's always been in my history, we have to cite a specific section of either a federal regulation or a state or a, you know, you're citing 2016 TNI. It can't just be a general statement as, we're gonna use the latest federal, we're adopting the latest federal. I mean, That's how it's always been in the
Right,
regulations we've
and
adopted.
I think that we're gonna try and push that, because I think that what we've seen is we have in our regs right now a
Right.
reference to
Something
federal
outdated.
regulations that are, from 1992. And I think the Office of Administrative Law has actually been a lot more flexible, and there's been a lot more instances where it makes sense to be able to point to the most recent version of those regulations.
That'd be great.
We're gonna try.
Thank you.
All right, anything else in terms of general comments, questions for Miriam?
You might ask the members of the public if they have any comments now.
Josie?
There's other members of the public.
You forgot what it was.
Actually,
There's some in Southern California
actually, I'm
too.
going to default to Lily first.
Yes.
So Lily, now you can ask your question.
Thank you. My question is pretty simple. Just I need a clarification, or you can give me an example of change of major instruments and also change of key personnel. What is that? What do you mean by change of major instrument? Like from GC to GCMS, or from different vendor?
Yeah, so that has to do when a just purchase a new instrument. They have to do initial demonstration of capability, basically do all the requirements pretty much of just incorporating a new method.
Even if they held the FOTs in the past.
It's just resources that we have to expend in order to make sure that they're capable of using that instrument. So that's why we think that there should be an amendment to the application, to their application, so that we can recoup the cost for that and also manage the workload for it. Because some of these things are just hidden work that we can't account for, but we still, are working.
And just as a follow-up to that, thinking about, our process and probably the process for a lot of other larger commercial labs, we may get 2 or 3 new instruments every year that might come, one in January, one in April, one in August. And what I just heard you say, it sounds like we would need to file an amendment application every time that we got that new instrument.
Well,
New instrument or new method?
New instrument.
new instrument.
Yeah, it's a change of major instrumentation. I mean, if it's adding as opposed to replacing.
Yeah, a lot of extra paperwork.
I think anything about what's quote unquote major, is a pH meter major equipment?
No.
Well, where do we make that?
Is a new GC.
Yes. It's a new ICP, it's a new GC, it's a new IC. One of those equipments that is sophisticated, requires a lot of QA, QC and
So it would be something that ELAP would need to create a list of what they determine as major
I
equipment
think
and
there's a
send that out.
definition for that.
Because I'm sorry, pH meters have all those things. They require calibration. They have sophisticated electronic.
No.
Sorry, they do.
But
But yeah,
Be careful what you ask for, David.
sophisticated instrument, if you buy a new one, ELAP or no ELAP, the laboratory will have to establish if this instrument is working or not anyway.
Right.
Yes.
So you produce your paperwork
That's
anyway, your sensitivity and reporting limit anyway. So you're gonna have basically what ELAP is asking is just, you're going to do all of this initial demonstration of capability for this sophisticated instrument anyway.
Submit
Submit it.
and submit a packet.
Yeah.
Submit an
So
application
so
for
the
it.
question would be, if you have to do that every time and you have to submit it, this is sort of creating a lot more work for ELAP compared to what you have to do currently. And would it make more sense to, instead of making that an amendment, just require that whenever you do a change of instrumentation, you must go through the appropriate demonstration of capability on that and have it on file.
Yes.
If you change an instrument, not if you add an instrument. Well, I mean.
It's the same thing, basically.
Not if you don't have the FOTs already, though.
Well,
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Why would you need that if we're already following the protocol for initial demonstration of capability for the same method, just newer brand of the same instrument under the same FOT you already applied for?
But are you
Why
doing
do we
the,
need to amend?
are you doing the QC? Are you ensuring all of the
Yeah,
things
that's
that
the
you just
initial
talked
demonstration
about, right?
capability requirements. If you
Right.
have a new instrument, you have to do that.
Because
In
that's all
your range,
built into
sensitivity,
TNI.
MDL, all of these things, even testing series of standard, it's all in the IDOC
Right.
requirement. But I still don't get why we need to have an amendment submitted to you.
Well, it all depends how we require that. If we require it to be available for review, then we don't have to expend extra time reviewing and approving it.
But the
Is that the,
typical
but
ideal-
if we require submission of it for review, then we have to account for our time. So therefore, it has to be through a formal process.
But the IDOC requirement is for the laboratory's capability to do the test. We're just changing instrument. So we have to assure ourselves we can do that.
It's verification.
Right, we
it's
have that on record.
verification,
If you
yeah, so-
go on-site visit, you will ask.
Yeah.
No, and that's why any comments, like Andy said, just have it available
Okay.
upon review.
Right.
Those are the type of comments that we're taking.
Right. You have to remember, you're talking about a quality system here. So if I'm Andy's laboratory and I have 10 GCMSs and I buy an 11th GCMS, my quality system now gets applied to that 11th one, and the auditor is going to know that and see that when the auditor comes in. Why do you have to change the application or amend the application for that?
Right, right.
That's great, it's a great
Yeah,
comment.
that's great
Yeah,
comment.
great comment.
Yeah, that's great
Yeah.
comment.
Okay, any other general comments?
Yes,
Go ahead.
I have one more question. Can you define the key personnel? Is that will be the analyst, the manager, the supervisor?
It will be technical manager and quality manager.
Okay, thank you.
This is Tom from Kempro Laboratory in Gardena. I got a question about performing field testing for pH and chlorine. Are we an auxiliary or a mobile lab if we do that in the field, or it's not covered?
You're exempt actually from accreditation if you're doing that in the field.
Okay. What about if you're collecting potable water samples from a building and you're not certified, so you take it to a subcontracted lab that does all the testing? Are you required, you have to do some special requirements just because you transport samples to a certified lab?
No, TNI has a separate accreditation process for parties that want to become a field sampling management organization, FSMO. And you're not obligated to do that in California if you're collecting samples and distributing them to laboratories.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions from the public or ELTAC members down south? All right, up north, the public.
All right, earlier we were talking about the PT work group, and one of the 3 goals that they have is looking at the new regulation, the TNI, Module 1. As you recall, when we were reviewing the modules under the TNI 2016, our focus were on Module 2. So the PT work group will be looking at Module 1. So my question is, how are you going to address if the PT work group found some clauses or provision under TNI Module 2.1 that need to be either revised, modified to fit the 1 PT a year requirements?
I think we will follow the same principles because, for example, TNI requires 2 PTs per year, and then they have to pass 2 of the, and they are given 3 chances to pass the PTs, and they have to pass 2 out of 3 in order to be accredited.
Right.
So we will follow similar procedure for that. So if we require one PT per year, then we give 2 chances for PT, and they have about 50% chance of passing if they fail one. Does that make sense?
Not at all.
Okay, so right now, we require 1 PT per year.
Correct. Well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're proposing.
Yeah.
We're proposing to run 1 PT, pass 1 PT per year. If they fail 1 PT, then they have to stop testing for that analyte.
No, no, no.
They don't.
No, they don't.
If you fail, you just have to retest. You can still go.
We are proposing that they have to stop.
Oh, okay.
They have to stop.
Oh.
If I can just maybe interject and talk to you maybe about the process that a lab would follow.
Okay, go ahead.
So, if our laboratory fails a PT, we immediately do a non-conforming data assessment or and related corrective action to identify what was the source of the failure.
Okay.
Was it a bad PT? Was it, in our case, bad organisms, et cetera, et cetera. If we can identify the cause, we then make the correction, communicate and go through the corrective action process with staff in-house, and repeat the PT. If we can't identify the cause, because at times with toxicity testing, you can't, might be animals, guess, conjecture, we will repeat the PT with the expectation it's going to pass. That passing PT, coupled with the corrective action process, is good to go for us. We have never, but that happens expeditiously. Literally, if it fails, we're immediately dealing with a corrective action assessment. It's not a month, 2 months down the road. It is that week. And then ordering new PT might be a week to get it from the vendor and another week for the test. So within about a 30-day window of time, we typically have wrapped all that up. It would be very similar to having invalid testing in your laboratory. A laboratory should be doing a corrective action, non-conforming data. It's no different. It's another sample you've run. A PT is intended to be a sample that you've run to qualify your capabilities to perform that work. So if you have an invalid test for blank interference or whatever on a chemical instrument, you do a corrective action, non-conforming data, and you correct it. So laboratories with the non-conforming data corrective action process do not cease analyses of that. They investigate the cause, mitigate for it, and now if you still have the problem, you better cease analysis. So that's kind of how it works in most labs. So with that.
Is that following TNI?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, the one thing you could do if you want to control things a little bit would be to set a time frame after a failure for
Right.
when you do a follow-up PT. You must provide a follow-up PT, an acceptable follow-up PT within 60 days, something like that.
I thought TNI had a time frame already defined for the corrective action on the failed PT. Wasn't there it was like you have to turn in results within six months of your.
That's our current regulation, is 6 months.
I thought there was some language in there already about when you had to complete your corrective action for the PT. I didn't bring it with me.
We will revisit this, but the fact of the matter is that when laboratories fail PTs, they don't do corrective action. They will not repeat the PT. They just continue on business as usual.
I'd like to ask you, much like I've had in the past, is to make sure you don't make broad overarching
No,
statements.
we are not.
It's because my laboratory is aggressive about that, because the quality of our work is important to us, and I expect most good laboratories are. I think you might have a case that some laboratories are not. The lack of performing corrective actions isn't just a PT issue.
Yes.
It is a laboratory quality issue. And that should be getting addressed in on-site assessments, because on-site assessments should be investigating the corrective action process, the non-conforming data process, and it will be blatantly obvious when laboratories are not holistically addressing that. And that should be something, if that's in place, should be a question about laboratories maintaining their accreditation or not. But please I'm sensitive about when laboratories don't, because my laboratory doesn't do what you said.
I totally agree with that approach. But we will revisit this and we make sure that we'll be fair.
And then just one more item. my recollection for the purpose of the PT is you're getting a sample, and this is supposed to be like any other sample you've run, and you analyze it. So a failure of a PT and lack of accreditation or not lack of accreditation, to stop doing analysis for that analyte in the future is not consistent with it being like any other sample. Any other sample that fails a quality control measure, you do a corrective action assessment. So I just consider that because that would be completely flipping what I believe was the objective of PT testing. Treat it like any other sample. So if your perspective was, and the decision was, if you fail a PT, you must cease that analysis, then by default, anytime you fail quality control, you must cease analysis. And that's just not how labs operate. Maybe
that's very good.
Maybe deal with the on-site assessment, lack of properly executing non-conforming data assessments. And that won't just be on a PT. If they're not doing it, you'll find it elsewhere. And then maybe they shouldn't be accredited.
I appreciate making that clarification, yes.
And the other thing to think about in terms of PTs, particularly if you're looking at, let's say, volatiles, semi-volatiles, anything with a long list of analytes in one method, you've got always a finite possibility that you're going to fail an analyte there. And, you do your corrective action, and you can't find anything wrong, you do a follow-up PT and it comes out fine. So, you don't want to penalize somebody for what may be just a statistical fluke. But you do want to penalize them for consistent problems. Gail?
Yeah, so that brings up a question, and again, I realize this was in the prior group where, there was the 80% rule. So you're right, if you have a long list of analytes, statistically, you might fail a certain number of analytes. So on the reanalysis of the PT, I know you had mentioned on a corrective action PT, is the expectation then you're going to only address the ones that failed or the entire analyte list again?
TNI specifies that if it's less than 6.
That's right,
then you have to do
all of them.
Yes.
Yeah, but if you have more than 6.
Then you only have to do the ones that you failed.
So is that going to be?
That's how I interpret it.
Yeah, that's how it's.
Okay.
Yes,
Because I just had that happen not that long ago.
We try to be as consistent with TNI for the requirements, and we adjust the numbers and ratios according to that if we can.
So the current regulation, I believe it's like 80%, right?
Yeah, 85%.
85%. So that's not going to be there anymore?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
If
Josie?
if it's not gonna be there anymore, but the PT provider accepts that, the PT provider has some allowance on, right? When they have a PT testing, they have a results and range, and so they have also a criteria to be considered pass for this long list.
PT providers do it all by analyze.
Yeah, they list accepted or not accept per analyte.
All right.
That's why we think that we should be consistent.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, comments from Southern California? All right. Stephen?
I think we're at a point of wrapping the meeting up, and what's not on our agenda is, you had mentioned on your regulatory timeline, on October ELTAC meeting.
Yes.
And on our last page, we do not have a date for that. So Caitlin, will you be planning on sending out a doodle poll, or are we looking to lock in a date today, or?
Yeah, I can send out a doodle.
Excellent.
And then I have a question about, and I'm just wondering where we are in the process of, we had an LTAC member drop off. And I think you received applications for new members, or?
Just one.
Oh, okay. So I was just wondering where the status was, if we were gonna be replacing that member, and then.
We will. I'll talk to Andy and I'll give you guys an update. We just haven't had the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then also, I think, I know Josie had brought it up as reviewing the LTAC bylaws or whatever, but, I'm sorry, we've had an LTAC member who has only made like 3 or 4 of our meetings in the last year and a half out of all the meetings we've had. And I know the original bylaws that were then kind of weeded out had that if you missed more than 2 meetings or whatever, you were out or whatever. Is there any aspect of that in there that, I mean, I just think we should have people that are very active and
Yeah, I
involved.
think there is language in the bylaws about regular attendance.
Okay.
Well, this is Allison. I understand, and I agree that we all need to be engaged in this process. But with all due respect, when we first volunteered to participate in ELTAC, and this is a volunteer organization, we were not meeting every other month. And that has placed a burden on everyone, and I think that in part might be why we had a member actually resign.
Well, and Allison, the counter to that is, with all due respect, we became pretty quickly aware that we were going to have a lot of meetings early on. And now our meetings are less sparse. And if parties are not able to achieve what they see as going to be a meeting obligation, then out of fairness to the rest of the laboratory community, they should resign and allow other parties to submit their interest for it so that Christine can fill a void.
Duly noted, but once again, the person who did resign hasn't been replaced either.
I grasp that, but attendance is important. And we're not meeting every other month now.
We were meeting every month for a while.
Every month.
We met a lot in the first year.
Mariam, when do you think you're gonna have the draft regulation, prelim draft coming out?
Hopefully, mid next week.
Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we review today? And people can chime in if I missed something. I believe we have one action item in terms of one agreement that people will reach out to Kate to volunteer to be part of the perchlorate DLR work group to test out her model for that.
Can I recommend you establish a timeline for that? Because what I hate to see is a solicitation and then nobody responds, and then we, I'm not saying Kate would do this, but then we hear in October that nobody responded. I mean, I really think we have an opportunity to be when I say we, not me, because I'm not a perchlorate expert, but to be very responsive to the attendees that came in today with that presentation, and I'd hate to see it just due to busy schedules fall off the radar.
Like that. Any objections to the end of next week for?
The 21st. I imagine that you probably already have an idea in your head if you want to participate, so just shoot me an email.
I imagine there's a select group out of our group that even runs it, so
Right.
they'd be the only ones who
My
are.
suggestion, Caitlin, would be that you follow up right after the meeting, sending out to ELTAC saying, please notify me by July 21st.
Okay.
That way it's a formal back and forth process.
You're gonna announce it to Lyris so that other stakeholder laboratory folks can participate, not just.
I'll
This
circle
was-
back with DDW because I don't know that we want a huge group for this
But
work group.
we were gonna test out the ELTAC
Yeah.
process.
And the LTAC process will result in reaching out to all laboratories
Right,
that are
right.
capable of the analysis and getting
It
feedback.
starts here
Yeah.
with the LTAC
Yeah.
members, so.
Because we may know people that actually runs it right now.
Well, I would expect that they be communicated with, and they should be hopefully responding.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was one action item. Fee stakeholder work group will just continue on. And that will be something that the next stuff will really be public workshops in the fall. Proficiency testing work groups, anybody who is not currently part of that group who wanted to be part of it, reach out to Chris Ryan on it. Regulations, Miriam's obviously gotten a lot of information from us now, but once the formal regulations come out next week, then everybody have at them. That's not from an ELTAC perspective, but that's representing your constituency.
So where do they send their written comments to? And should the subject should be?
We go to you, don't they, Christine?
No, it will go to the comment mailbox, and it would be on preliminary draft text subject.
And there will be instructions when the text goes out on how to submit your comments as
So I'm
well.
assuming you'll do a LIRIS update saying, here's the thing, if you have comments, send them to here, blah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, and we hope that you all will join us at our workshops when you can. And we did work with CWEA to, actually one of CWEA members brought the idea to us to provide contact hours for member attendance. So if you come for the full day and you need your contact hours, you can get 6 hours for being at one of the workshops. So I know you're gonna reach out to your.
Oh, yeah, no, I've already, I sent the note to Christine yesterday, I've already sent it to over 400 people, but we'll make
That's
sure.
the preliminary draft, so I suspect we will partner with more workshops to get hours too.
Yeah, no, any of the trainings, we should be able to work with it. So this is just the first training part, but yeah, any of the trainings that go on about TNI and all of that, they should, they'll definitely be eligible for hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in fact, if there are CWA Civico meetings or put together members in one venue, you know, so that the more people we get to be informed, the better off we all are.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
Okay, and then in terms of other summaries on the PT stuff, you guys will work on trying to get some FAQs out to help provide guidance
Yes.
to people. Have I missed anything in terms of summaries?
Just one other to-do was, just as a reminder, was for Caitlin to send out a doodle poll, or however you've been doing it for meeting dates.
I will do the doodle poll, and I will also get in touch with everybody about the perchlorate work group.
Okay, so do I hear anything from Southern California? All right, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn, and Stephen,
Motion to adjourn.
per usual, is the first.
One quick thing.
Caitlin, wait, there's been a motion. No,
I need to
I'm
take a
kidding.
picture.
I'm kidding.
I'm under orders. I have to take a picture to prove that we do things. Okay.
Or at least we talk about it.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thanks everyone.
People are gonna know
Sorry, I
it's fake because we were all smiling during that picture.
Well, you know.
We have a motion to adjourn. I never heard it.
I second the motion.
Oh, I can't believe it. We're out early, Andy. Did you catch an earlier flight?
I can't.
Let's get going.
Maybe sitting in the back of the plane, but that's not bad for bourbon.
This is the least contentious.
We went out to, Salt Point one weekend, and we went out there camping. This was almost enjoyable. I mean, it's always enjoyable
But
to
it was
see.
so hot.
Yeah, you know, that's always nice. But it's so nice there, we were in June, fall, and I mean, it was like completely.
But you might have to send out a.
It's a mute button.